Good afternoon. Oh, okay, so apparently the lag issue has come back because I just saw it on my mic. But this is your host, NCommander, and today we are doing paperwork. And you may notice a few things have changed because I have a flag of Alaska up behind me. I've also gone through a lot of real life stuff right now, which I'm going to talk about as the stream goes on. Hopefully the audio levels look good, but this is the first time I'm streaming since I've completely redone the SEP again. If you've been a Patreon supporter, I posted some pictures on this. It's still an ongoing work, but at least I know it works. Like, I'm actually have the camera rearranged, so when I am working, I should now be looking dead straight at the camera instead. So if you haven't, if this is your first stream that you happen to catch, we're really today's effort is to basically write up the last stream, which was a research stream, where I've got a lot of questions asked and answered that I haven't actually made the document on. Unfortunately, last week I took a pretty... For those who haven't seen the community post, the outlets in my kitchen do not have ground, despite being free-prong outlets. I plugged in an extension cord to test it. I was checking the extension cord to see what the amperage on it was, and I got shocked right through the floor. What I think happened, it was a ground loop. It basically... The insulation wasn't broken, the wire wasn't broken, the cord wasn't broken, but because there was no ground connection, there was a short somewhere, from what I understand from the electrician, and it caused a current buildup, and it got me through the ground loop, so I basically got zapped. It wasn't super serious, but I spent over 2 days sleeping this off, so something I should have been doing a while ago really... well, it fell behind. Like, I'm only now just starting to catch up on this. So, right now, what I'm currently doing, and, like, I'm hoping the, okay, I am peaking. Let me lower the volume a little bit. Is that better? Like, is that avoiding it from topping out? Because the acoustics in this room are all different compared to what they used to be. You really can't see it, but I have the couch right here next to me. So, yeah. I'm not going to say I'm alright. I'm going to say I'm okay. I am still dealing with an ongoing battle with my landlord on this one, because they fixed part of the problem, but I have other outlets in this apartment that have no ground risk. On the flip side, they also split out one of the apartment sockets. So, circuits. So now instead of just this entire apartment being on one circuit, it's now on two. And I can do things like run the washing machine and not have the whole thing just go... the lamp is right here to my left. It is currently providing illumination to the flag. Let me make sure that's actually in the shot. I guess I have to move it more over to the left. Yeah, it's right here to my left. It is currently lighting up the back wall. So, right now... So, this is kind of a very low-key stream. Like, I wasn't expecting a lot. It's 11 on a Wednesday. So, a lot of what we're going to be doing today is... If you haven't seen it, the last video, we basically looked at Presentation Manager in depth. So, I think we should just basically start writing this up. So, the first question... I wrote, and these were things that I wrote at this point almost a month ago, on things that I wanted to answer about Presentation Manager. Lamp was not plugged in when it, or was not turned on when it happened. So, I guess what the first question is, let me add some context to this question. This question was asked originally during the drafting stages. Little, throughout OS2's lifespan, there was very little in terms of native applications, nor were many applets included out of the box. Realistically, the most you got was the e-text editor in OS2 1.2 and later as a graphical application and some settings applications. That meant, by and large, the biggest value a presentation manager was to be able to do multiple overlapping windows a la Macintosh. Although, that said, this predates... Actually, when did Multi-Finder come out? Because that's important, because does OS2... I mean, Darren, you're not wrong. Except this is my own self-assigned homework because I'm doing a research project. So, does OS2 predate Multi-Finder? Because if OS2 predates Multi-Finder, then it doesn't predate Windows, but it would be probably one of the most common multitasking. So Multi-Finder was added in System 5 of macOS on August 1987. So it would literally be right here in this time period. Okay. Let me save this and then let's keep going. Bit by bit. Okay. All right, we're up to 29. Yeah, it's going to be a very quiet stream. I'm really not expecting as much. I have to do a lot of background work. Yeah. All right, so how do I want this? So the biggest value of Multi-Finder was do multiple overlapping windows. While Apple's Multi-Finder first introduced in System 5, introduced cooperative multitasking to the Macintosh platform. OS2 was one of the first platforms that could... how do I want to re-raise this? Because basically the way you used to use X back in the day, like if you actually used X11, the biggest thing you used X11 for was X terminals and Emacs. Like, graphical X apps really didn't become a concept until much, much later. Like, whenever we've done Solaris or the like on stream, all I'm running is Xterm. Like, really, the UI is kind of secondary to all of this. This in and of itself already has some value. For example, X11 or X Windows, both then and now, is commonly used to simply manage multiple terminal emulators. The default configuration for many Xorg environments when running xint startx is to load up 2 to 3 X terms, which essentially in and of itself is a major upgrade over simply working on the console on Unix, Linux. Because basically the way I saw Presentation Manager, I should probably get a picture of this. Like, let's actually get a picture of this up. Because I feel like this is the type of article that really works, that really needs pictures. So, because this is basically how, when all is said and done, probably in March, I'm going to be using all these notes to make a video going forward. So, again, it's a lot of more. I thought NetBSD was still shipping X386. I could be wrong about that. All right, where is my copy of 86 box? I think I put it in Dropbox. Like, this is the first time in 2 or 3 weeks that I have actually even touched this. It really sucks. Where did I put this? Okay, here we go. 86 box. I put it in my junk folder. 86 box manager. Start. Okay. And I will bring this up on screen. Let's see here. Desktop view. Just because I need to have it capture the other screen for a change. Okay, where is... Here it is. 86 box. So you grab that. We'll make that full screen. Okay, so let's let that boot up. And unfortunately, it takes quite a bit of time, and I just noticed that it says, yeah. Because I do want to grab some screenshots while I'm here. One of the largest problems with working with OS 2 is that there's very little reference material. Which is why I'm going through all the trouble of writing this all up. But now we just have to wait for it to boot. I don't know. It's also part of how I am dealing with just the fact that the wiring in this apartment has been a little bit dodgy for 2 years. I've tripped the breaker here on regular uses. I mean, I've tripped the breaker here while on stream. You know, just normal day-to-day usage. I have long suspected that there was some sort of short, but I could never get the landlord to look at it. So I just dealt with it, right up until I got shocked. And like I said, all things considered, I got off easy. Like, after sleeping it off, it really did get better. And the electrician did a good chunk of the work, but he didn't finish it, and the landlord won't send him back out. So here in New Jersey, and specifically in Jersey City, there is an entire procedure for dealing with this type of horseshit. But the comments that I've gotten, like, you know, internet comments are always a little bit hit or miss, but I posted on this both to Reddit and as a community post here, and it's just... half the people just blame me for not being more aggressive with my landlord over 2 years. I couldn't prove there was a problem with the wiring. Like, I try not to get upset over internet comments. But what's the point in telling me that this is my fault when fundamentally the landlord was the one who fucked up? And it's like, whatever. And yeah, this is going to have a fair bit of me bitching about this, because this happened a week ago at this point. This actually happened last Wednesday. And I'm like, yeah. Okay. Alright, apparently I screwed with this install last time I had it up. Come on, start. Okay, so apparently I broke that VM. Let's see if the Microsoft 1.11 works. If not, we may have to actually reinstall it here. It's not a big deal, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, here's what it comes down to is I live in a very old building. I don't know if it's a pre-war building or not. I think it is, but I'm not certain. It has been renovated several times. Yeah, well, at this point, I actually did, I'm proud, I did send a couple of emails about this, but I stopped doing it because the landlord stopped responding. But I've got proof that I was writing about this as early as, at least in 2022. I might have things from before that, and I probably have clips in my live streams of when the breaker actually went out on this. So I have an email in my draft folder that is going to go after the stream, because I have to work the nerve up to do this, because they may retaliate. What may very much happen is if they decide to retaliate, this may become a court battle. Because if they decide to evict me, they have to give me 30 days notice. After the eviction notice is served, I can contest it and I will get a court hearing. So I am mostly gambling how much I am willing to deal with my, am I willing to put up with it to that extent? And the odds are I probably am. This version, this VM is also partially screwed up. Although it does look like it's starting, so maybe we'll make it to the desktop. Yeah, okay, cool. We made it to the desktop. Okay, so let's get some base... Oh yeah, the mouse sensitivity is all fucky. I did replace my 4K monitor with just a basic 1080p. I basically rearranged it. My scaler is still out of commission. I have to do more work before I'm going to have the scaler working again. But... Okay, so let's open the screenshots folder. Okay, we'll bring that over here. So let's grab Presentation Manager. And let's take a screenshot. Take screenshot. Cool. That takes a screenshot. Let's open... Like, let's just get some very basic ones here. Like, we also have the File Manager, which is an improvement. Or, well, file system. Yep, there we go. Like, it's weird how this is like a very early version of MDI. Alright. Let me see if I can get this take screenshot. And then let's just get like a list of the files in the OS2 directory. There we go. Yeah, one that I'm going to have to find a fix for this because the mouse you know what? If I change the system mouse sensitivity and lower it, it should be better. Let's see your mouse pointer speed. Let me just take that all the way down to 1. Oh, that is much better. That is legitimately much better. It's still not good, but it is better. Alright, so let's grab a screenshot here, and then what I think I want to do is I just want to grab it with some terminal windows open. So let me grab like 2 command prompts, and then what we'll do is we'll put them in the gallery. Yeah, so let's like open 2 different command prompts like this. And I think that's going to make a decent... Yeah, so, like, we'll do dir here. And we'll do ver here. Cool. Alright, I think that will work. Alright, and that gives us 4 screenshots. It gives us a decent starting point. So let's get these uploaded onto the wiki. And the way you do that, you have to have an upload enabled account, which I probably should, like, document somewhere a bit better. Alright. And then these all get uploaded to the wiki. These are all my own work. And now we just have to describe this. So, OS2... You can't use a slash in this. So, OS2... Okay. OS2 1.1 Presentation Manager with apps. Okay. This shows Presentation Manager running on OS2 1.1 Extended Edition, showing multiple apps installed. And this was first, we created this today, and our category is OS2. Cool. Alright, so OS2 File Manager. By and large, the law here is very clear. Like, tenant rights are one of the few areas where the United States actually does pretty well. Landlords are garbage, but by and large, the law is very clear on this. So, realistically speaking, I should be okay. It's I don't like being a problem for other people. As strange as that may sound, like, I really don't enjoy it. One of the big things I like to do is I like to make things. I like to make things better. OS2 1.1's file manager, which was one of the few graphical applications included out of the box, and was either based on or was the basis for file manager in Windows 3.0. Okay. All right, definitely making progress on this. Like I said, this is like a very low key. Like this is one step above a Wikipedia editing stream, but I honestly would not mind seeing a lot of this content copied over to Wikipedia at some point. Okay, and then this would be 2, and then OS2 1.1 multiple command languages, multiple command windows, OS2 showing multiple command windows in use. Okay. Now we data. Cool. Publish files. And there we go. Alright, so now if I go to one of my other research streams, there's a syntax to create a gallery, and I really have to move the wiki. It really needs to come off restless.systems and go to wiki.restless.systems, but one thing at a time. Okay, so let me just figure out how, let's see if I can remember how the gallery works. Here we go, gallery. So let's go edit source. So this would be presentation manager. And now we just need the name of the actual files, like so. So I think we can just copy these. Yeah, we can. We just get rid of these little bits of syntax. Like, MediaWiki drives me a little bit crazy, but it also has some really nice features. Okay, so that handles that. And then that handles that. Okay. Show preview. How's that look? Okay, that looks... Okay, we just need to update this. OS2 with a few applications installed. Let's choose File Manager, which is very similar to Windows 3.0's File Man. File system. All right, that should handle the first set of the gallery. Let's save changes. Okay, there we go. Now this is starting to look like a wiki page. Like, that is definitely the basis for a wiki page. Alright, so I want to put a note on here that I used extended edition, and I do want to explain this rationale. So, use of extended edition. This section describes... describes why certain choices were made for a given stream and more. So use of extended edition. Extended edition is IBM was IBM's special version of OS2 and was not directly sold to customers. Instead, Extended Edition included multiple. Extended Edition was available to existing IBM corporate customers and included additional line of business applications that weren't included out of the box. During the 16-bit era, these applications were SQL Server, which was it was Database Manager and Query Manager, Communication Manager, what else was there? LAN Server and LAN Requester. While this project mostly deals with OS2 as a whole, very little software has survived into 2023 for the early 16-bit versions of OS2. As such, using the Extended Edition at least provides additional applications and functionality, so we may get a better idea of how this system, of how OS2 was marketed and used. Something we'll explore more with Hello World applications and more. I will note that the next live stream will probably not be OS2 related, but I am so behind. Yeah, I decided to go with the Alaska flag in the end. I actually just put it up today. If you look at my Patreon photos of me reworking this, I actually bought an iron and an iron board specifically to put a flag up because the wrinkles in a flag annoy me like crazy. So I put the Alaska flag up. I will likely change it over time because I have that up there with command strips. Like, changing out what's on there is going to be really easy. I think directly to the right of it, I will put the New Jersey state flag, and I will likely put the New York state flag directly in front of me. I haven't gone that far yet. I believe IBM didn't even include dial-up networking until Warp, which was 3.0. I know there was an internet connection kit for 2.0, but I've never actually looked at it. Next stream, we are going back into PowerPC. We are going to be playing with my RS6000 Model 140. I got the video card that I needed, and I successfully ran for the first stage of the Windows NT for PowerPC installer. I have not run the full install, but it did the entire text mode setup. It formatted the hard drive and then booted into the graphical part, which means that it should run. That machine is not technically supported, which is why I ran it that far. It's too new. But I had a pretty good idea of it would work at this point, and now that I know it will, once I've got the scaler running again, although I technically don't need it for the RS6000, it's new enough that it's not a big deal. And system development. So I do think it will be something we're going to take a look at. If nothing else, if I ever have this urge, if anyone wants to develop an AIX PowerPC emulator, I can put that thing on a kernel. One of the biggest things I've done on my home network, I believe it's a 604, it may be a 603, one or the other. It's about as powerful as hardware you could run NT on. But I also want to take a crack and see if I can get Solaris running on it, Solaris or PowerPC. I'm not convinced that's going to work, but I have a plan B on it. Yeah, this is going to be a slow stream. Like, I'm mostly just doing something, so I'm doing something. So let me get back to working on this presentation manager. On a high resolution display, presentation manager would not be dissimilar from Windows 3.1, 3.x's, Windows 2.x's DAWs Executive, Windows 3.x's Program Manager, or even graphical Unix systems of this era. However, there's one notable problem with this. However, by and large, you would have been exceptionally lucky to run OS2 beyond 640 by 480 display resolution, and based off the RIN accounts I found, it would likely have been, it appears using OS2 with MDA and CGA, MDA, CGA, and EGA adapters was at least semi-common practice. Maybe we should actually put OS2 into EGA or CGA mode. Like, I know it will work with CGA. Or I know it will work with EGA. I think we're on EGA now that I think about it. Like, I'm near certain this is an EGA display on this setup. Yes, it is EGA. Okay, so let's edit this. So, with the then new VGA standard, EGA with a max resolution. What is he? I forget what each EGA tops at. I think it's 640 by 300. I know that Cume system PowerPC with AIX is hit or miss. It has worked at times. It doesn't work reliably. It's not tested often. But it's generally believed that the problem with Windows NT on Cume, it's one of two possibilities. Either there's a fundamental problem with the emulation, and that is what most people seem to believe is the problem at this point. NT as well as Solaris were the only two operating systems that I know of that run in little endian mode in this time period, even though PowerPC chips were by Idolin at this point before becoming big Endolin only. So there is a belief that there is something wrong with the kernel mode emulation on Cume, but no one is certain as to what. Motorola's documentation on how it's supposed to work is incredibly shit. Yeah. I have gone for AIX 4.3 to run it on Cume. It can be done. It was a little bit irk-a-dirk, but it does work. Yeah, so there is a... I've looked at the code myself. I suspect there's a problem in the MMU, which would explain a lot of why it doesn't work properly. OS2 for PowerPC has other problems that I don't want to get into, like emulating OS2 on PowerPC. You need to emulate a single specific machine because that's all it ever really ran on. Like the support list for OS2 PowerPC, it runs on the Personal Power desktop series, and it runs on one model of ThinkPad, which is the same machine. Okay, so I want to add some additional points to how is presentation running at multiple console sessions at once. In and of itself, however, our presentation man, however, this creates a very 640. EGA adapters with at least CGA and EGA adapters was at least semi-common practice. OS2 1.0 also supported MDA adapters, which were still semi-common. Okay, like I want to keep building out. I do want to keep building out this paragraph, but I think I want to come back to it. So let me see here. Let me add like a notes section here to add. Talk about problems with e-editor, DAWs compatibility, OS2 API problems. Alright. Like, I want to add a few more questions here. Like, these questions I asked before I even started, so I guess this would be here in the findings section. So you know what? I'm actually going to modify this. My personal experiences with OS2 1.1 and 1.2 presentation manager is documented in the findings section. All right, so I do want to add some stuff. So OS2 presentation manager 1.1. OS2, let's see here. During the original live stream, I used OS2 1.1 and 1.2 pretty extensively on air. Okay, 1.1. Actually, I want to also add a point. OS2 1.3. Pretty extensive on air. OS2 1.1 is in many ways closer to a public beta than it is to an actual retail product. While it is theoretically possible to run Presentation Manager within 2.5 MB of memory, which is the actual documented minimums, it causes so much thrashing due to disk paging that the system is practically unusable. This is a long departure from the relative simplicity and performance of the T-shell interface on OS2 1.0, which was, let me grab the link for that. So that would be here, which was so research stream. Here we go. Okay, so let's grab that. We'll grab that. Alright, so how is that coming together? Presentation manager on, let's change it to presentation manager on OS2 1.1. While it is theoretically possible, okay, the problem is that presentation manager and the underlying graphics precision interface, or GPI, problem is was both bloated and extremely unoptimized in this initial release of OS2, which was further compounded by the fact but IBM that the ability to quit to a command line was either removed or never implemented. That meant if you were using, that meant even if you didn't need graphical applications, such, for example, you are such as running a text editor and or C compiler, you still had to deal with the performance overhead imposed by Presentation Manager and the 16-bit and the imposed by Presentation Manager. Considering that OS2 1.0 was usable in 512 KB of extended memory, and the value to cost ratio is at best misplaced. I do think that's a pretty good summary of what OS2 1.1 was like. There's a lot more here that we definitely are going to have to dig into. Actually, let me get the useful list of timestamps from the stream index, because we're going to need those, so we might as well just put them in now and get it over with. So let me open the old live stream. Okay, here we go. Alright, so this all needs to get copied and pasted, and that goes into here under the interesting timestamps. And now we start the somewhat annoying process of linking these all. Although I could just strike this section. It is right there on the video, although I guess it's kind of useful for Google searching. So I guess I will leave it up for now. Like, I did this on the other one, didn't I? Did I? Yeah, I did. So I can just grab the useful timestamps, and I can always add notes to this. So on this one, I just made these all links. So I think all I gotta do is this. Like that. I will say that this writing this all down when I originally did the stream is making this a lot easier, all things considered. Okay. Alright, so now we just need to make all of these links like that. Insert link. Cool. Alright, so this is just going to be a bunch of tedious clicking. Why did that one come out different? Let's see here, hold on. 0530. Did I just link it to the wrong type? External page, like that. Okay. That's fine. Alright, so then we just grab that and we keep going right on down. Actually, you know what? I think we want to do the entire thing of a link like this. Alright, let's see. How is... Yeah, that's exactly what I want. That is exactly what I want. Okay, so now we just need to go and copy all these links through like that. Alright, that is definitely... Alright. Slowly but surely. Introducing OS 2. Probably, the last write-up took me 2 days to do, and it came, or 1 day to do, and it took about 5,000 words to cover the whole thing, so I don't know if this will be longer or not, but definitely something we need to deal with. And I fortunately left myself some pretty descriptive notes of what happened during the live stream. Because we did, Past Me did work. Past Me did very good work in terms of figuring this all out. Query Manager. Okay, Query Manager. Okay, we grab that. Alright, and how are we doing just overall? Just keeping an eye on... Okay, live stream is looking good. Alright, land requester. Ah, frig. Okay. I'm gonna have to mark that. Damn it. Okay, that's not a big deal. That's just the... well, whoops. Alright, and that's me going to have to unlist the VOD. I can... It's not a big deal what I just showed on screen. It's just where I have to send some paperwork. But I am going to have to edit that out. So, damn it. Okay, hold on. Let me just remember how you do this. Because I have to turn the VOD off. Stream marker. Stream settings. Here we go. Hide stream after running. Yep, okay, I didn't realize the audio was a bit too loud. Okay. Is that better? Like, is that better overall? Okay. Apparently I have added delay enabled. I shouldn't, but apparently I do. Oh no, it's just disabled, that's fine. Okay. Alright, well. Slight mistake on my part, but oh well. Oh, actually, you know what? I only had the desktop. I had the full desktop up, so yeah. Okay, well, that's slightly annoying. Yeah, I need a UV meter. Like it's like I just have so much stuff I've got to do. It's not even funny. All right, land requester. All right, so let me just keep getting through all of this. To 18 extended edition. Like, I don't know if I'll actually leave the VOD up for this one. Like, I may just leave this as an unlisted VOD, because it's basically me doing paperwork, but there are people that enjoy that, and I haven't put any content out in a while, so I don't know. Maybe I'll actually leave it up. Like, I've been experimenting a lot with how I do content as of late, because I don't know. It's definitely been a process in figuring out where I'm taking this channel. And it's not always been clear. Where did my mouse go? There it is. Like, when I decided that I was going to do a research project on OS 2, I had a decent idea of what I was getting myself into, but there's also been a lot of setbacks, and obviously I've had things in my life that have basically completely thrown a monkey wrench in things. So okay, so this, okay, so we did explore the Willow applications on this live stream, so I do want to talk about those. All right, so Willow, okay, so now we can just save changes there. Yeah. Like, there's things about OS2 that just drive me a little bit crazy, so. Alright, not OS2, live streaming that drives me a little bit crazy, like, alright, so what else do I want to add here in Presentation Manager findings? So I do actually, there is another thing, console applications on OS2. By and large, support for console applications on OS2 is fairly terrible. The e-editor, which is the only editor included, which is the only OS2 native editor included in the box, only runs full screen. It can't run in a console window. This is also true of MEP, or the M editor, which is what Microsoft provided on the SDK and was also available for some versions of Windows NT. Let me find the article on that. So M editor OS2 Museum, because that's the one I want to put a citation on. This isn't a limitation of OS2 in and of itself. It is possible for console applications. It's possible for graphical console applications, like the Word for Presentation, Word for OS2 Setup Manager, to run without a problem. This is likely similar to how binaries for Windows 1.x, 2.x must be marked for 3.x and later. However, IBM never fully cleaned up the console API. Even until the final version, it was essentially unchanged from OS2 1.0 and never got a 32-bit interface, except in the ill-fated PowerPC port. It also remained a relatively, that's actually all fine. So, yeah. That meant that you couldn't even take full advantage of overlapping windows. You would have to press Control Escape to bring up the task manager and switch back and forth, which is a pretty fundamental, which could also change screen resolution. It's difficult to experience this accurately in emulation, but on the whole, this feels considerably slower and clunkier than the original T-shell that was in OS2 1.0. In addition, as a note going forward, well, Zeandra, I am sorry that I'm not extensively talking. Like, it is somewhat difficult to multitask like that. When you get back to the area, let me know. I always love meeting people whenever I can. All right, so that's a pretty hefty thing to talk about the console applications. But this is talked about on the OS2 museum page in multiple places. I still probably have to come up with a first-party source for this. I probably need to add a section. Like, I think I need to add some sections to this. Like, OS2 1.2 feature complete. The feature complete release. The bug fixing and actually usable release. Alright, so that covers a lot of that. Alright, so presentation manager there is, so I guess I want to go back to, is presentation manager an upgrade? Alright, so let's make some more edits over here. So, let's get rid of that. One problem with using Presentation Manager, one problem that was encountered is that certain OS2 applications, including E, require the use of full screen display mode, full screen mode, and cannot run in a console window. It's not certain as to why it is, although this limitation can be patched out. As described. Let's see here. Z-editor. As described on the OS2 museum. I've already referenced this, but I'll reference it too. And likely deals with the specifics of the VDU API. Video Display Unit API. Specifics of the VDU API. So, however, that means in okay, hold on. This also the system also seems to I want to check this. Does the e-editor have, like, if I bring this up, let's bring up E. And you notice how this goes full screen? How do you get this to work? Like, you can't click. So F1. Alright, so I want F10 here. Merge a file, search a file. Yeah, let's also grab a screenshot of the system editor while we're here. Take screenshot. Because, like, there's so much wrong with this. So, alright, so yeah. So yeah, let's grab and upload this. so upload more files. So we should have a new photo file to upload. Okay, grab that file. Submission successful. Yeah, that's my own work. You know, I'm actually going to put this under attribution. You know, I'll leave it under Cheryl. Whatever. It's my own work. I can deal with it later. E-editor on OS2 1.1. The E-editor editing config.sys on OS2 1.1. Okay, and now we just grab that file and we add it to the gallery. I wonder if I should probably include this one up here as well. Like if we grab this and I put this like that, how do you show up? You know what? That's fine. I'll actually take that. And then we will just include, like, I want this to have a very distinct look and feel when all is said and done. Oh, that didn't quite work. Probably needs 2 brackets. There we go. Okay. Now this is starting to look like a wiki page. All right, so let's strike these photos from down here because now we're using these elsewhere. Yeah, okay. Actually, I think I want to revert that. I think, or maybe we don't. Well, let's see here. Let's grab that one. Like, we'll have more photos in the gallery when all is said and done. Presentation manager. So this one would go. It's actually not the one I want to grab. I want to grab. No, that is actually the one I want to grab. So we grab that here. Like that. Okay, I think that is going to be very, very solid. All right, so let's put some additional information. Let me grab the VOD link. Like, let's get this all hooked up. So that would be VOD link is how do I do this correctly? Because I gotta tell you, doing an info box on this proved to be very annoying. Like, MediaWiki doesn't have like good support for info boxes out of the gate. Research stream, exploring. Okay, so it's and we streamed this on January 29th. January 29th, 2023. Well, that ain't right. If I want that to work, what do I need to do? Show preview. Okay, cool. Yeah, that all right, that actually all works now. Yay! The earliest I feel like Borland had a TUI library that I never remember the name of it. I believe it became the inspiration for OWL later. Although, granted, doing text-based UIs is not that hard. Okay, so um so let me grab the screenshot of the T-shell interface running, because I have that on a different wiki page. Like if we want to put a screenshot of that actually running. Yeah, it would be this particular screenshot. And if I want to use it, okay, so that would go right here. OS2 performing. All right, so okay, so it was Turbo Vision. Yeah, I remember Borland had something about that. I just couldn't remember the specifics of what they had. So this talks about handling multiple sessions at once. So we talk about that here, and the program editor. I do want to add a note here. Note that out of the box, it must run in full screen mode. Alright, so presentation manager, the feature complete release, and then the bug fixed and actually usable release. Well, we'll get to that. So, is presentation manager over the T-shell interface? At least with OS2 1.1 and 1.2, presentation manager is a questionable at best upgrade. By and large, it's slow and bloated, especially compared to Windows of the era and other graphical interfaces. This in and of itself might not have been a big issue, but due to the problems with the console applications mandating the use of full screen terminal interface, of full screen UIs, general slowdowns, and more. By and large, the promise of graphical applications was, by and large, a native graphical presentation manager application would likely, or hold on, a native, so here, by and large, presentation manager is appears to be a strict downgrade over both OS2 1.0 and Windows of this era. While PM Manager got better, it never got good. You know, it was too little, too late. And I'm going to go into more details about this, but let me just save that paragraph. Okay. Questionable at best. Presentation Manager application. Presentation Manager has a similar programming interface to Windows 2.x and later, but entirely replaces the graphics interface with IBM's own what is it called? It's GPI. I believe it's Graphics Precision Interface. GPI. OS2. GPI Graphics Precision Interface. It's also apparently also been called Graphics Programming Interface is actually own Graphics Programming Interface, which makes several arbitrary changes from Microsoft's GDI graphics device. Is GDI independent or interface? Graphics device interface. Arbitrary changes from Microsoft's GDI, which was used on Windows, presumably to meet IBM, presumably to meet some arbitrary, some sort of requirement within Big Blue itself. Prototypes of OS2 1.1 show a Windows 2.x-like interface before evolving to the presentation manager that we have now. Alright, let me keep making edits to this because there's more here. Too little, too late. IBM apparently tried, although as a matter of policy, both Microsoft and IBM de-emphasized the use of traditional console and text-based applications, even though these would actually remain common well into the 90s and beyond. De-emphasized. However, further design flaws in Presentation Manager meant that... Hold on. However, disregarding this, Presentation Manager still manages to negate most of the advantages brought by the OS2 kernel. Memory usage and general performance aside, OS2 graphical applications use what is known as... let me get a citation for this one. OS2 single input. A single event queue is what's queue. 0. Okay. There's gotta be someone who's documented this. Let's see here. Single input queue. Here it is. Single input queue brought by the OS2 kernel. Use what known as the single input queue, or SQI, to handle input, to handle input messages from handle messages for each individual component, individual application. This is fundamentally how 16-bit Windows worked, and aspects of this design actually are still present in the modern day Win32 API. Get, peek, messages, and the like. Okay, there's more here I need to actually write. Okay, so maybe I have to split this into two. Like, I feel like this is both a finding and more. Like, I feel like oh, that was me hitting the microphone. Okay. Let's see here. Finding, yeah, let's add a new finding on this one. Console applications and presentation manager. Fundamental design problems with presentation. How do I feel about that? Like, does that work better than not? Fundamental design problems. Okay, I need to cut this one out here. So hold on, let's see here. Exceptionally lucky. Alright, I need to make some more edits here because this isn't right. However, OS2 had exceptionally poor support for OEMs and vendors. While it would technically be possible to run OS2 1.x on a period correct high-resolution display, period-correct high-resolution video card, such as what did IBM offer in this era before VGA? Was that the 8160? Or hold on, it wasn't. I know IBM had a couple of high-resolution video modes. Yeah, like, they tried to release XGA in 1990. Okay. Yeah, it was definitely... because they tried to do EGA. So, let me just look up professional graphics. Controller... So the PGC came out when? In 84, and he had the 8515 at this point. I haven't seen the books from, let me see here, Charles Petzold? Petzold. Let me look at him. Oh, they did a whole bunch. He did a whole bunch on OS2, didn't he? Definitely. You know, interesting. Yeah. Okay. So I'll drop the link of what Cleverly Blonde was discussing. That is actually something I'm probably going to look into. Let me see here. What books did he actually do? He did a 95 book. He did a book in 1990. Wow, that was a late one. He did a book in 94 on programming the presentation manager. He also did some unpublished books. Let's see here. Is he still... It looks like he's still around. Oh, I remember this guy. Okay, this is the guy that did the Programming Windows book. Like, I knew this name was familiar. Programming Windows was where I learned about the Windows 1.0 Hello World program. which was the very first video that I did on this channel as far as vintage computing. I'm going to take a very brief break. I'm just going to stretch my legs, and then I'm going to get back to editing. So I'll be back in a moment. So we'll pick this up in 2 to 3 minutes. Alright. And I'm back. Okay. Empty bladder, happy life. Alright, so, okay. What was I doing before I edited this? So, we're still working on this. Presentation manager. I actually think I'm going to add a section here about the single input queue. The single input queue, also known as the single event queue, is used to provide messages and user input to all presentation manager now I gotta listen to this song because yeah, you know what, I will actually agree, and you know what, that is louder than I thought it would be, so let me lower the volume a little bit. Let's get some better music out here. Like let's get some electronic dance, some EDM. Yeah, that'll do nicely. That will do quite nicely. Single input queue, also known as provide messages to all presentation PM applications. PM applications. The reasons as to why the SEQ exist vary, and as of writing, I haven't found a first party. Yeah, that is way louder than I intended it to be, so hold on. Let's get that like down to 40. Okay. I haven't read a whole lot of books on OS2 as of yet, but I meant to do this back in January. I am so behind the curve, it's not even funny. Like where other people are doing research on Discord is like light years ahead of me. Like they're taking apart binary file formats. I'm writing up presentation manager. But the write-up is what's important, I guess. I haven't found an explanation as of yet. The most commonly cited... Let me actually explain this. The SAQ basically exists as a hack. The SAQ, as best I can tell, is a performance hack and memory hack, which window manager events, aka anything starting, pass through the SIQ and are processed by each application. However, because there's only one system-wide queue, a single application can lock up the entire system without fail by either not properly pumping the SIQ or by injecting so many messages that it overflows and hangs the system. This entirely negates OS2's preemptive multitasking and by and large reduces system stability to that of of early DOS and Windows. This is in spite... Okay, hold on. This is in spite of the fact that OS2 supports threading, which is how the SIQ problem was solved on Windows NT. It wasn't until the release of OS2 Warp 4 FixPack 17 released over a decade later that and I need to emphasize this, partial fix for the SIQ was finally shipped by IBM. Like, and for those who want to see my citation for that, there it is. The practical of yet, although one likely exists. So the reason I've seen is due to performance penalties, either due to the 286 or the overall design of OS2 threading. As of writing, no distinct... Hold on. It is also possible that IBM was waiting for NTOS2, which never happened, to fix the problem properly, and when OS2 2.x Cruiser fell through due to Microsoft withdrawing from the project, it was quite possible that IBM simply lacked the technical expertise to fix it properly. However, that is, you know, okay. Although this cannot be proven at this time. Oh, fix. You need another equal sign. That is a lot more wiki page than where we started. Like, that is definitely a pretty good improvement, all things considered. So single input queue, like, but there's still so much more I got cover. T-shell requirements. Okay, too little, too late. By and large, the functionality of Presentation Manager is no different from Windows 2.x this era, albeit with a slightly less painful default color scheme. Albeit color scheme. Scheme. They're a less painful default color scheme. Originally, as part of the OS2 SDK efforts, and I am going to dig a citation out for this one. Microsoft Microsoft provided provided beta builds of OS2 1.x and Windows 1.x as a how-to guide on how to make graphical applications, which were still a novelty in this era. By and large, only Apple's Macintosh platform was the only consumer available GUI widely used in this era. I think that's a fair point to say at this point. I think that's a fair point. Slightly less painful color scheme. Slightly less blinding color scheme. 1.x. Presentation Manager was originally announced as a core component of OS2, but didn't ship until OS2 1.1, and did not ship in mid to late 1988. Because as far as I can tell, OS2 1.1 did not ship until 88. Yeah, it actually shipped October, did not ship until October 1988, and I will again cite OS2 Museum on this one. That is one of the problems, is that I am basically citing one source. Like, we're going to have to go back and fix a lot of these. You know what? Amiga was in that era. Let me think about that. Yeah, but Amiga was basically competing with themselves. Like, you had the C128, you had the C128. Like, you had the 8-bit era on the low end with Commodore, and you had Amiga, which would have actually been a competitor to OS2. I actually think I'm going to include that. That is actually an incredibly important point. How do I want to put this? As far as graphical systems went, in a consumer market, OS2's main competition in this era would have been Windows, Microsoft Windows, Apple's Macintosh, and Commodore's Amiga platform. Atari technically existed in this era, but TOS was not, like, I don't think Atari TOS is even in the running. Like, was multi-TOS in this era? When was TOS released? TOS was released in 85. And did not support multitasking. That didn't come until much, much later. Yeah, so I wouldn't say... Wait, does Toolbox actually multitask? Okay, hold on. What is it called? It's Amiga Workbench is what it's called. Yeah, okay, Amiga was multitasking, as well as general Unix efforts in the form of Xenix, SunOS, and others. You know what? I think like that's an incredibly important point. Like, I actually am going to save this as is. We're going to add a new point. Where do I want to put this? I think this is going to be a new question asked and answered. And I think we're going to actually put it here. What was Presentation Manager and OS2's competition in this era? Amiga, I guess Amiga Workbench. Microsoft Windows. Granted, that is cooperatively multitask, but I think that's fair. Unix, all sorts, including Xenix. What else would have been competing with OS2 in this era? Because we are talking essentially high-end mini computer. Yeah, like that was the value of putting this in a live stream. I gotta think about this. Who else was competing in this era? Commodore was already circling the drain in '88, but they wouldn't go bust until a few years later. So Amiga was obvious. Amiga was still pretty strong, although Commodore was definitely dysfunctional. Macintosh was cooperatively multitasked, but let's be honest, if you wanted a graphic UI, they were the gold standard. Windows is a bit interesting. I think we should talk about it because someone's going to bring it up. I'm going to just include a bullet point for Atari TOS. Who else? Although, again, I don't know if that's fair. Like, what was the TT at this point? Like, has Atari shipped the TT at this point? Because the Atari, that would be the one. TT was 1990. Yeah, I mean, you are talking about the ST, but you could take an ST a lot farther than you could take a 286. Like, what does an ST top out at? Oh, yeah, you're right. DEC VMS would be thing. DEC VMS? DEC VMS would actually be a really important one. TT is 90, although I would say that's viable for this area because it's been announced. And TOS was not, like, I think we should talk about it, if nothing else. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let me put this under let's put this into multiple categories. Consumer let's see here. End user competition. I'll put Macintosh, Windows, and I guess Amiga, because Commodore was still active in this period. DEC VMS, Unix. Atari TOS. What else am I not thinking of? Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong about that. You are definitely not wrong about that. Like, I do think we should definitely talk about all of these. Like, we want to get a good idea of what the comparison looks like. Because at some of these we're going to come back around to. Yeah, but Symbolics was not competing with OS2. I mean, OS2's market, I mean, you could spec an OS2 system to 5 figures even in this period. Like a Model 80 would have been about 10 grand. But once you get above 10 grand, I hesitate to compare OS2 because OS2 was supposed to be cheap. Relatively speaking, it was supposed to be cheap. Actually, I might as well add that. I should actually put DAWs, PC MS DAWs, because I think that needs to be desk view. I think we gotta talk about some of these. We need to talk about desk view, Windows, Amiga Workbench. Let's make some more edits to this one. Let me just fix the indenting. Alright, so that handles all of that. I don't want to say Gem was a competitor because they sold basically... Gem was basically dead out of the gate. Actually, you know what? I'm going to look this up. Hold on. Let me actually think about this. Novell NetWare. We have to talk about NetWare. Because... presentation. I'm going to put it in other for now. Novell NetWare. Microsoft didn't really have a server platform in this era, but I would say NetWare was a legitimate competitor. Who else was doing shit on PCs? Like NetWare, this predates NT. But Microsoft was competing, or not Microsoft, IBM. Microsoft started LAN Manager coming shortly out of this era. Yeah, I'll add a note about DRDAW's Gem. We'll put it under other, and I'm going to move this to server competition. Which probably means that we need to talk a bit about databases. Oh. That is a painful question. All right, let me save this. Let me come back to this. I want to make some formatting changes. Like let's put this in italics because this is a prefix section. Actually, you know what? That is actually an important fault I just had. We need to talk about how users got OS2. Like, that has to be on here. Because 1.1 and more specifically 1.2 were the first versions that people actually used in some regard. So T-shell interface, competition. How did people buy OS2 with presentation 1.1 plus? Presentation 1.1 plus. I hesitate to say CPM is a FreeCom's LAN Manager has not existed to the present day. I can't compare it. I'll put that in, and then the program was called FreeCom FreeShare. I will put a note on it. Why would you buy OS2 over DOS? You know, that is actually a decent one. All right, I'm going to just use the facilities, and then, like, apparently all that iced tea is just going right through me, so I'll be back in a moment. Did I really just leave the mic silence the entire time? Rip. The mic was actually muted. I'm big smart. That's what that boils down to. Well, you know, I don't actually hear anything while I'm doing this. I actually keep the background music muted or very soft while I'm working. It's just to cover up the dead air while I'm working and typing. I can't type and listen to music at the same time. So, okay. Questions asked and answered. Fix the problem properly. I do think, yeah, I think we need to add some rather important reference notes. Because this is, I think this point is actually the next one we're going to answer, is how did people actually buy OS2? Early use of OS2 was primarily by developers and those who needed a better platform for business purposes. Like DAWs before it, OS2 was available. OS2 was developed jointly by IBM and Microsoft throughout the until 1992. IBM shipped a version of OS2, shipped versions of OS2 for its own hardware. The rather simply named IBM OS2 Standard Edition and IBM OS2 Extended Edition. Which can best be compared to the differences, which can be best be seen as equivalent to the differences between the client and server versions of Microsoft Windows. Oh, Next Step was actually... Well, I have Unix down there, but Next Step... Was Next Step even around at this point? I think it's too early. I think Next Step was later. When did Next Step ship? Yeah, actually, OS2 predates Next Step entirely. Next Step shipped in 89. It was available for purchase by end users, but I don't think anyone actually used it. My personal Next Station is manufactured 1990s. Mine's one of the very early ones. Maybe 91 now that I think about it, but it's 90, 90, or 91. So, let's see here. While there is a de facto standard for 8088 based computers, which is to say, since by and large everyone copied the IBM PC 5150 and 5160, there is a much wider amount of variation in terms of hardware and capabilities from the 286 era to the tail end of the 486 era. By and large, systems were not interchangeable, with proprietary interchangeable, and compatibility issues were distressingly common. This is due This is due in part due to the lack of a protected mode A BIOS, but trying to use the advanced, which the IBM version, so protected mode A BIOS, differences in disk interfaces, and just flat out hardware bugs. Since you know what, this needs to be the first. The situation is somewhat different if you weren't an IBM client customer. They factored standard for how A-based computers worked. While it was such a great movie, I actually bought a upgrade copy of IBM OS2 2.0 on floppy disk that we are going to be looking at the next OS2 stream. We are actually going to install it from floppies, probably on the 486. I'm pretty sure where that is going, but I still have a lot more work I need to do. Actually, I have to buy an EEPROM programmer, so, you know, there's that. All right. Yeah, differences in disk interfaces and just flat out hardware bugs. Weren't IBM customers. De facto standard for 8088 based computers. Since by and large everyone was 286 to the tail end of the 486 era. System incompatibles. Compatibility issues were distressingly common. This is due in part due to lack of protected A-mode bias, flat out hardware bugs. Okay, so there is still more I need to actually put here. Microsoft made OS2 available to OEMs to customize. Okay. As such, there were multiple versions of OS2. First, the original IBM releases, as described above. Then the generic Microsoft OS2 releases, which were shipped in the full software development kit. These may also have been directly available for purchase from Microsoft. Okay, actually, I need to put more context here. By and large, operating systems were sold for specific hardware, and the idea of PC compatibility wasn't the idea of a generic PC operating system wasn't as clear-cut then as it is now. For example, a commonly cited reason for OS2's poor adaptation was the belief that you needed a PS2 system for it to work, which were one of the most expensive PCs that you could buy in the 80s and 90s. 80s and 90s for work, which one of those you could buy in the 80s, 90s. You need a PS2 to work, or otherwise needed a tailor-made OEM version. This is similar to how you had PC DAWs and compact PC DAWs for IBM machines, compact DAWs for compacts, etc. etc. At least in from what can be discerned, hold on, there are multiple known dumps of OEM versions of OS2, including ones made by Nokia and Intel. By and large, you know what? Let me switch this around. All right, let's see here. Edits are saved. All right. I don't even know if I could run Norwegian on it. I guess I could. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Alright, so how do people buy OS2? Compact, so forth, and the generic, which... Blah, blah. I probably need to put a citation here about this. I do actually have things we can use talking about this. Like, I do have first-party information on this. Let me go grab one of my files, photo files, because there's still more we got to do here. Microsoft OS 2, installing files. Because we had a lot of problem getting this all to work. Yeah, this probably just needs a photo, though. Multiple versions of OS 2. First, the original IBM releases. Generic shipped the full element kits. These Microsoft releases may have also been available for sale to the general public, although that needs to be confirmed. Finally, there were OEM releases such as the Tandy OEM release of Microsoft OS 2 1.0 and 1.1. From what I can see from examining multiple non-IBM OEM releases, the only significant differences appears to be hardware support, appears to be drivers and documentation changes. Installation media, documentation changes. Let's see here. Multiple releases of OS 2. It's not clear that end users were really intended to install OS 2 by themselves. It wasn't until the idea of a user installable operating system. Let me rephrase this. While operating system installation got progressively easier through the 80s and 90s, by and large, let's see here, 80s and 90s, there was still a fairly high barrier to entry just due to hardware compatibility and software just due to compatibility concerns. If you were going to switch over to OS 2, you'd probably need an upgraded PC, new library of OS 2 native software, and more. So it appears likely, OS 2 light. I need to add some more points to this because this multiple versions of OEM. Primarily, let's see, the first releases, the first developer releases and betas were released as part of a $3,000 software development kit, which included not only OS2, but printed programming manuals, Windows 1.0, Microsoft's C compiler, and much more. While after 1987 and the formal OS2 1.0 release, then the situation gets a bit more complicated. For IBM customers, for those on true IBM hardware, shipped, IBM offered two distinct versions of OS2. The rather aptly named IBM Standard Edition and what we've mostly looked at, IBM OS2 Extended Edition. I don't know if yeah. Generic Microsoft OS2 releases, multiple IBM releases. Like, this feels a little bit disjointed. Like, how do I improve this? Like, chat, I'm open to ideas on how to improve this. Multiple versions of OS2. Multiple versions of OS2. I almost kind of want to scrap this because while there are OEM versions, I don't think we need to go into depth. Likewise, known OEM versions of OS2, all based on the generic Microsoft release, were available from Tandy, Nokia, Intel, and others. Okay, all right. I think that is a distinct... That puts a distinct dent in this. I really wish I had... I have OS2 1.0 extended, but I only have half of it. I really would love 1.3 extended. Like, I would really enjoy that. Okay, so that comes to how do people buy OS2? Let's see here. This question... This wasn't asked originally, but was added here to provide context for other questions. Why would you buy OS2 over DAWs? That is a tough question. I almost feel like I want to like scrap, like I feel like I'm going a little bit into the weeds, but I think talking about the different editions of OS2 is probably a good idea. Because normally you would buy, you know, I probably should add a line here. How did people buy OS2, library of OS2 native software and more? You know, I think that's all fine. What are the minimum requirements? The stated requirements as found by a presentation manager appears to be any 286 processor and 2.5 megabytes of extended and 2 megabytes of extended memory plus 640 KB conventional memory. While OS2 1.1 will install and Presentation Manager will load, it is practically unusable in this configuration. In practice, to be usable, OS2 1.1 requires 4 megabytes of memory and really wants a 20 to 30 megahertz processor of some sort. Hardware that was exceptional. This is hardware that was either exceptionally expensive at the time or simply did not exist. OS2 1.2 and more notably 1.3 still had the higher memory requirements, but were somewhat more performant than OS2 1.1, likely due to code optimizations and improvements in the protected mode component and improvements in Microsoft's C compiler. I believe 1.3 extended is archive. Oh, well, no, I know 1.3 extended is archive. I've looked at it before. Feel free to drop me an email about that. We can discuss all the specifics. If you do actually want to send that to me. I should probably get a picture of my OS2 box and put it here, but I think we can come back to that. Memory requirements for Presentation Manager. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Single input queue. What else do I want to add to findings? Probably something about compatibility. Issues with marketing and editions. Let's see here. The difficulty in... how do I want to describe this? Hardware compatibility. Compatibility. I think we want to talk about the hardware compatibility issues as well. All right. So that is a decent dent in this. I think we're going to have to talk about the competition, but we'll come back to that. I do think I want to talk... I also want to talk about hardware compatibility issues. And I want to talk about Borland's Sidekick somewhat. You know what? I think I'm going to come back to this. Word for Presentation Manager. You know what? I'm going to just cover... You know, those 2 points will be fine. Borland for presentation, Word for presentation, hardware compatibility. Yeah, I think I want to write out these 3 sections next. And then we'll come back around, because this is already... how long has this article already gone? Just out of curiosity, what has this actually become? Just to give everyone an idea on word count, let me just open up LibreOffice here. We are now on page 9 with the source, and we are past 3,000 words. So, there's that. So, all right. Let me stretch my legs out again, and then I'll do some more typing. Alright, and I am back. Let's see here. How's the chat? Alright. Chat is right where I left it. So let's go back to findings. So Borland... Alright, so, let's write about the hardware compatibility issues. Getting OS to the run period direct hardware is difficult at best. In general, only a handful of display adapters system in general, compatibility at best is hit or miss, and very few period correct systems have enough memory and processor power to actually run OS 2 in any significant fashion. Even with the correct system, installing 4 to 12 MB of memory in a 286 class system is not a trivial undertaking. Yeah, I turned the music up when I went AFK. Let me turn it back down. Sorry about that. 4 megabytes to 12 megabytes of memory in 286 is not a trivial undertaking. Further frustrated. Furthermore, success on installation entirely depends on if you are using the correct edition of OS 2 and your system is sufficiently PC-like enough, is sufficiently sufficiently close enough to an IBM machine that the very limited set of built-in drivers will cover you. In short, unless you have a OEM release, don't expect anything but the bare basics to work. Even in emulation and virtualization, getting OS 2 working on a 286 is a non-trivial undertaking. As of writing, I'm still dealing with getting an IBM Model 30 286 in good enough shape to try and run it on real hardware. From a handful of notes. No, hold on. Let me rephrase this. While I can't speak specifically what a new inbox experience might have been like in 1987, what I can say is it's distressingly common for OS 2 to simply hang on startup with no debugging messages. While this was also true of OS 2 1.0, this problem persisted throughout the entire 16-bit era, and no doubt formed many of the negative opinions made about OS 2 in this time period. LAN Manager was a Microsoft product. Yeah, LAN Manager was an add-on to OS 2. There was never a specific equivalent to the extended edition. You just bought Microsoft OS 2, and then you installed LANman on top of it, as far as I can tell. Although LANman may have had OS 2 in the box. I've never actually seen an unboxing of the giant crate of Landman. Okay, so Borland's Sidekick. No, IBM had LAN server and LAN requester, which was NetBIOS based and was similar to LAN Manager, but was a distinctly different product. It may have shared some code with LANman, but it wasn't the everything. Okay, protected flat hardware bugs. It goes more. Findings. Probably should. Yeah, let's get some screenshots. We're gonna need. Let me get this on the screen. So 86 box. We just uncrop this. Like that. Oh, is that still screwed up? Yeah, okay, it is still screwed up. The biggest problem is because I've rearranged all my scenes, it's made things a little bit broken on my end. So this is a pretty good stream in determining everything that has like gone completely broken. Okay. And you just need to go further down until, yeah, there you are. Okay. All right. So I want to just get some screenshots of present. Let's see here. Exit this file. Calc. That was like one of the big ones that we looked at was calculator. Okay, there we go. Calculator. I guess I'm going to just grab screenshots of all of this. So calculator, take screenshot. Calculator, what else was included? Wow, look how slow it is. Notepad. Just need to be patient while this loads. At some point it'll be done and it will load. I completely understand with real life needing to give you a break because like I've been just dealing with my own bullshit. So I very much understand that energy right now. So there's Notepad. Oh, this is very slow and very painful. Notepad. Phone. Okay. At some point it'll actually, you know, load up. Would be nice. Like, I see the little hard drive light going. It's definitely go. Okay, there it goes. Like, just look how slow this is. Like, this is obscene. Assuming it even... Oh, there it goes. Phone book design. Alright, let me just... That was the tongue-in-cheek one card that I made the other day. Why is this lagging so badly? Like, this is... I feel like there's gotta be something else wrong here because this is way slower than it should be. or it feels like it's way slower than it should be, even though this was like the demo application. Wait for it to close. Yeah, but NT came out, didn't ship until 93, and even then it was supported side by side with Windows 9X and other things. So, you know, like, there's a 5 years difference between supporting command line applications then versus now. And the thing is, even compared to other period correct examples, OS2 just comes up short. And most of it, why I think it comes up short, is because of the changes IBM required. Like, I don't think this is Microsoft that fucked this up. Like, you might make the argument that Microsoft intentionally sabotaged OS2, but I don't think there's any truth to that. At some point, it'll finish loading this. Okay, and there we go. Finally. Take a screenshot. Alright, so let me get these uploaded onto the wiki. So let's upload more files. And this is going to form all the presentation manager stuff. So continue. Going. Borland Sidekick for OS2 Notepad. Borland Sidekick included a simple graphical text editor, which is more than IBM Microsoft did. Borland Sidekick for OS2, and then what is this one? Phone book. Sidekick included a phone book, application, digital Rolodex, which could place phone calls on behalf of the user if a modem was attached. Time and alright, so that's the time and day planner. OS2. Borland Sidekick. Oh, I just realized you can't see me typing. Hold on, I gotta fix the view. Sorry about that. Borland Sidekick calculator. Borland Sidekick provides a paper tape calculator out of the box. Tape, and then OS2. Okay, and then OS2. All right, so that is a whole bunch. Which one am I missing a category in? I am missing a category in there. OS2. Okay, all right, let's upload this all to the wiki. Awesome. All right, let's add it to the gallery. actually want the calculator to be first, so we'll just put that there. Borland Sidekick for OS2. Save changes. Cool. Now we have a bunch of OS2 stuff. Let me just add the descriptions. Borland Sidekick has paper tape calculator, calculator with paper tape. Which with paper tape emulation, Sidekick about box in calculator showing 1989 publication date. Let's see here. Sidekick's notepad application, which is a native PM app, versus native PM editor, something not included until OS 2.1.2. That's fine. All right, all that's fine. Okay, I am good with, like, those descriptions might need some work, but that is definitely help. I'm gonna grab the one with the about box, save, and then we're gonna put that here. There was very few third-party applications for OS2 across its entire lifespan. However, applications for the 16-bit era are especially hard to come by. In general, only Microsoft and a few others ever published. Only Microsoft offered good support for OS2, and in general, most vendors like Borland and Lotus either never provided an OS2 port or only provided one for a short period of time. Borland Sidekick was provided, was one of the earliest GUI applications, earliest PM applications, and may have been packed in with some versions of OS2 to semi-mitigate the lack of native applications. This may or may not have been a good thing. Hold on, let me rephrase that. However, Borland Sidekick is not a great example of a graphical application. By and large, a corner of my flag fell down. Okay, I'm going to have to tape that back up. When did that happen? Like, did that just happen, chat? Because I see the pad it's supposed to be stuck to. I'll stick it back to the wall as soon as I'm done with this stream, or next time I take a break. All right, Borland Sidekick is not a great example. Sidekick is fairly slow and laggy, and does it actually support clipboard or no? Am I misremembering that? Okay. Yeah, no, it does actually support clipboard. Is extremely slow and laggy, and rather notably on even on fast hardware, it visibly lags and struggles to redraw. As compared to a DOS TRS, this is very slow and very bloated. Yeah. This is Presentation Manager looks, while PM version of Sidekick looks nice, it behaves like poorly. It also appears impossible to copy and... Let me confirm this point before I actually put that in writing, but I am pretty sure I tested this one during the original stream. I don't think you can copy and paste into a command window on OS 2. Or at least you can't do it yet. It may have come later. Yeah, you can't. There's no copy paste. It behaves quite poorly. With visibly slow redraw times and more. It's unclear if this is a side effect of OS 2 1.1 in general, or poor coding in Sidekick itself. However, while Sidekick supports the system clipboard, it is impossible to copy and paste into terminal windows on this version of OS 2. Such command line editors, command line tools couldn't take advantage. Now, I probably should add a section describing what Sidekick is, because I just realized that is not a thing. Alright, so yeah, we'll have to fix the flag, and then, alright, like, I literally stuck it up there today. I had to move that tab a few times, so I probably just didn't press it down well. You know what, let me just deal with that now, because that's going to bug me, because I can see it in my editor window, so give me a moment. I will leave the mic unmuted, just because if I fall off the step ladder, people should hear it. Let's see if that stays up this time. I still have the ladder out from when I put it up there. Okay, there we go. All right, now we have the North Star look. If for those who don't know, the flag of Alaska actually is just the Big Dipper and the North Star. So, I have always gotten the impression that what Microsoft wanted to ship and what IBM wanted to ship were two very different things. Like, it's why I want to look so much at the beta version of OS 2 1.1. I just don't know when I'm going to get to that. Borland's Sidekick was an extremely popular. Okay, let me see here. One exception to this rule is Borland, who did support OS 2 quite a bit better than most of the competition, including ports of Turbo C and more to the platform. I should actually see if I can find a copy of Wacom and see if the UI will work on 1.2 or 1.3 and more to the platform. On DOS-based systems as a personal information manager or PIM application, which these applications have become. Let me rephrase that. This is roughly equivalent to what Outlook sans email has become in 2023. Borland provided a was there a Windows version of Sidekick? I feel like there was. Borland Sidekick. So the first version of Sidekick 1.0 was released in 1993. And wow, the Wikipedia page is actually fundamentally wrong because it says Borland Sidekick for Presentation Manager was based on 2.0 for Windows. Yeah, like that. This Wikipedia page is fundamentally wrong. For anyone who wants to take a stab at updating it. Okay, so presentation. Yeah, I'm just gonna scratch that line. Borland did provide a version of Sidekick that ran under Presentation Manager, 16-bit Presentation Manager, 16-bit Presentation Manager, and there does appear to be a later 2.x version for 32-bit systems. This article is only concerned with the 16-bit versions, and it's one of the few applications we can draw a direct line of comparison from DOS to OS2. Unfortunately, Borland Sidekick for OS2 pretty much, let's see here, is not a great example of what graphical applications could offer. Instead of a nice and easy to use interface, Sidekick for OS2 is extremely slow and laggy, and struggles slow and laggy. Slow and laggy, and definitely, and is more of an exercise in pain to actually use. That means it also has no integration with the DOS compatibility box, which presents a problem due to the serious lack of native applications on the whole for OS2. No integration with the DOS compatibility, which means that by and large, this is actually a downgrade from the earlier product due to lower levels of integration. Yes, here. Under DOS, Sidekick ran as a TSR, and it was possible to do a very limited form of multitasking by having Sidekick break in and interrupt other DOS applications, and then copy and paste data as a series of keystrokes. This is pretty common for DOS of the era, and other products such as Microsoft Bookshelf work very similar to provide a de facto integration with otherwise single tasking applications. What notably though, it ran under 16-bit. I probably should have installed Lotus 123G, but there are copy protection problems with that. Like, you can't easily run it in emulation. I've never succeeded. Okay, I think that is looking... I have a token ring MAU that should work. I just don't have any MCA stuff, but I have enough token ring equipment that I could probably build a token ring network. I just haven't actually done it. Okay, Borland about fade. You know, I probably need to just add this Borland Sidekick. Borland Sidekick. About box in Sidekicks. Calculator. Yeah, let's just do it like that. Single input Q, hardware events Q. Like, I still have a part 2 for this stream, but maybe we'll scratch that or we'll do it differently. Because what I think I want to do is I want to pull out my 8088, and I think I want to run Windows 2.0 on it. Like, I probably will run the portable. Like, I think I want to do a little bit of drafting of what the next stream is going to actually look like, but let's get back. Let me keep working on this, because this is definitely getting some ideas, because we need to talk about Willow more. Like, I think I'm going to have to draw some conclusions, and I probably need to add some stuff about Willow under here. Like, migration and forward compatibility. And then under this, I think we need to add points for family mode applications. Reimplementations. You know, family mode applications. And I had another train of thought here that I kind of disregard. Migration for family mode applications and you know, I'm just gonna save that and I'll come right back to it. All right. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark right now. I think let me stretch my legs and think about where I want to go, because I'm not that I'm hitting writer's block, but I feel like I got write a lot more, and I feel like this is getting a little disjointed. So give me a moment to mull on this. So I'll leave the music going and I'll be back. Leave your thoughts in the chat. And I'm back. Yeah. Definitely a quiet stream today, although let me see what the chat rate is. Hey, you know, chat rate is not bad, all things considered. Average view duration, we've got 500 views. We peaked at 38, average view duration of 13 minutes. Yeah, that's not bad. That's a decent stream. I feel like I need to expand this description section. Like, what did I do on the last one? Like, I'm assuming I wrote more here. Yeah, I did. I did actually write quite a bit more. So let's change this. So the goal of the stream is to understand the impact of Presentation Manager. So, understand the impact. During this stream, we looked at OS2 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3, and began to chart the course of Presentation Manager in... I disagree with that, Stefan. I don't think the 286 ruined it. I think it was fundamentally that IBM wanted a low cost entry in their system, and they don't give a shit about who was using it. I do honestly put the failure of OS2 entirely on IBM, but I don't think the 286 actually played a role, or I don't think it played a big role. But I have to still prove that. Presentation Manager. Like, the thing is that Presentation Manager was a bad product. It was entirely because Presentation Manager was a bad product that 90% of the problems of OS2 became what they were. If you had shipped the OS2 kernel with Windows 2.x, you would have had a much better product. But the question is, who made the decision? Like, I need to... A lot of this needs to be tracked backwards. Presentation of the GUI portions of OS2. Presentation Manager is equivalent to both Program Manager, is equivalent to DAW's Executive and the equivalent to for those unfamiliar with OS2, command line applications on OS2. So no, let's trace it. The Presentation Manager is the graphical user interface and API, which as provide API to and programming API as needed to make both the GUI and programming API for making graphical applications. While it wasn't the first such product for PC, Presentation Manager, at least in my opinion, suffers from severe technical flaws and is generally, and I find is unfit for purpose, at least in this era. Primarily because it's a forced edition. Unlike Windows of the era, it's not officially possible to run OS2 without PM at least being nominally loaded. Yeah, when the SIQ only locked up PM. I should actually note that because I don't think I put that in here as is. Hardware compatibility, single input queue. It should be noted and should be noted and pointed out by Tom Runeberg in chat that a SAQ lockup doesn't actually freeze the entire system. Non-graphical applications that running at the time of a PM crash will keep running without issue. However, there's no interface, there's no easy method, there's no built-in utility nor programming API that I am aware of that can forcibly restart Presentation Manager after a crash. As such, while OS2 is preemptively multitasked, it is effectively cooperatively multitasked as far as graphical applications go. Preemptively multitasked. Penalties. This is becoming a pretty beefy article. Nominally loaded, and the existence of Presentation Manager drastically increases the base system requirements for OS2 as a whole to a notational minimum of 2 MIB of RAM, although in practice 4 MIB is needed for it to actually be usable. Fritz, applications on OS2 Presentation Manager do actually have to do that. Like, they are cooperatively multitasked under Presentation Manager. A single PM application hangs the system because you have to pump the event loop. So you do actually have to yield to the scheduler on OS2 cooperative Presentation Manager apps. If you get caught in a tight loop, the whole thing locks up. Yeah. Effectively speaking, with an OS2 Presentation Manager application, it is the same rules as a 16-bit Windows 1. It's very similar to how on Windows NT, how all 16-bit applications run in the same address space, with the difference is that when a 16-bit application crashes on Windows NT, it just crashes NTVDM. It doesn't take the whole thing with it. OS2, so it's not officially documented as such, like Microsoft, IBM's documentation utilities don't say, thou shall yield to the scheduler. But if you don't regularly pump the input queue, it will hang the system. Yeah, it's de facto cooperatively multitasked, even though it isn't actually. Let me extend that point a little bit more. Let me actually put that note and make it a bit longer. Single input queue. Note. While OS2 is... The reason I say effectively cooperatively multitasked is that the event loop is processed as part of WinMain. Our event loop is processed as in 16-bit Windows applications. While getting a PM application stuck in a tight loop might not necessarily crash the system as a whole, it can lead to the SIQ becoming exhausted, and that will lead to a PM crash. A PM leading to PM locking, deadlocking. While this isn't technically a problem, technically a cooperative multitasking problem, the end result is very similar to 16-bit Windows, hence why the comparison is being made here. Stefan, the thing is that programming for the 286 and the 386 are entirely the same. Once you're in protected mode, the only thing the 386 gives you is the ability to page within a segment. That is actually different. And you can exceed the 64 kilobyte segment size. The fundamental performance between the 286 and the 386 are identical. And OS2 has its own method of handling paging because it can swap segments in and out. So to say the 286 is to blame is understating it, because Xenix and NetWare for the 286 were successful products. Blaming the 286 is at best unfair here. It's also a very clean upgrade path from 16-bit real mode. And the 386 did not ship into insignificant numbers until the 90s. So saying that OS2 failed because of the 286 is... there's other reasons why. I should look at that book because, like, OS2 1.0, I don't have problems with. Like, it's very clearly an early product, but I consider it superior to what came later. Because Presentation Manager is a pile of garbage. Like, Microsoft made changes to OS2 at IBM's request. That is why the Windows API and Presentation Manager are two distinct things. From what I can tell and what other people have commented on, the only reason that actual changes were made to Presentation Manager was to make it easier to port mainframe applications to OS2, but I don't know if that's true or not. I have not looked at the changes in depth. But like, Presentation Manager was a bad product. It was like, it wasn't the 286, it was because Presentation Manager, and to a larger extent the workplace shell that came after it, because we haven't looked at that yet, were hot garbage. Warp was better, but Warp was 93 and 94, at which point it was about to get demolished by Windows 95. OS2 had like 4 different graphical APIs by time it was dead. To implement a graphics driver on OS2, you had to implement the GPI interface, you had to implement the 16-bit Windows GDI interface, you needed the GRAD, GRIDD interface, and you also needed a bunch of kernel mode shit for when the system's actually booting up. OS2 does have threads. OS2 does have threads, although I am not aware, I've never actually seen them used. Like, I can't tell you an application offhand that uses them. Okay, Presentation Manager, minimum requirements, competition, how does Windows 2.0, Borland, compatibility. Some of these I do definitely want to run on an 8088. And that's my phone going off. Hold on, let me just see why someone's messaging me. That might be my landlord. Bear with me. No, that was just my T-Mobile bill pay going through because, you know, apparently T-Mobile is more reliable than my landlord. Word to Presentation Manager. Okay, so what else do I want to add to this document? Because we're definitely, this is a distinct improvement over it. I guess we do want to talk about Presentation Manager for Word. Yeah, I probably need to write about Presentation Manager because that is one of the very few applications that had Windows 2.0, 3.0, and OS2 ports at all at the same time. They can be compared side by side. Oh, this is becoming a... Yeah, but, I mean, this is still excessive, especially compared to DAWs of this era. Like, this is just worse than DAWs in every regard. Like, you spend, like, to set up a basic OS2 system, you're talking of, like, a few $1,000s just to get hardware that can run it. I believe the base price in this era was $380, and what you got was a pile of shit. Alright. Let me start up another VM, because and let me grab a screenshot of... Let's see here, OS2 IBM 1.2. Though I feel like this is actually 1.3 in hiding, so that VM's gonna boot up while we wait, because that should have PM word on it. Yeah, let me switch my view so you can see my desktop again. Alright, switch that. And then let's let this boot up. Okay, because this is the 1.2 VM. I don't think I actually installed... Maybe I can't remember if I did or did not install 1.3. I think I installed 1.3. If not, we'll update it going forward. Now we just have to wait for this to boot up. I am writing this by myself. There's people that have written other articles, but this is my own research stream, so I'm writing it up all by myself. The page is currently protected, just so no one vandalizes it while I'm editing it on stream. Like, I have the protection lock on it. Stefan, but you had memory protection on the 286. The 386 running in segmented protected mode just got rid of the 64-bit kilobyte segment size. That segment limitation... The thing is that the 286... Sorry, Windows 3.1 has to assume... Windows 3 and 3.1 assumes that you're running on a 286, which means that effectively the programming model used by OS2 was in use until the end of the 16-bit Windows era, which was well past the end of Windows 95. So you fundamentally... The argument that the 286 was the cause of failure for OS2 falls apart, because OS 286 support lasted in Windows until 1993 with the release of Windows 3.1. Windows for Workgroups was the first version to require a 386. Application compatibility lasted until Windows 95, because effectively Microsoft... You had Win32s, and Wacom had the Wacom 386 survival thing, but by and large, you are still talking about the 286 programming manager, a programming interface. So, again, the argument that the 286 was to blame falls apart. Factually, it just falls apart. And by the same argument, then Xenix for the 286 would have been a complete failure of a product. Okay, so let's... Didn't I install Presentation Manager for this? Like, isn't there supposed to be PM word on this? Or did I put it in a different VM? I may have formatted this VM. Let me see here. Did I got the Willow applications on here, but I don't have Presentation Manager, so I guess we have to install it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let me, let's grab some more screenshots while we're here then. And while we do that, I guess we're going to just install PM Word because we're going to need it. Resolve projects, OS2 research. Yeah, okay, we got set up. Okay, read the disk, please. Still going. Yeah, I mean, that's what, but that's the thing, is that 286s basically stuck around until 95 finally put them out. Like, the fundamental argument that You know what? I'm gonna also grab a screenshot of this because this shows a console application running like this. So, all right, install PM Word. All right, and that's gonna copy. I have heard the so the problem that happened, and this is documented in other places, is that IBM had the requirement that they had to be able to source parts from 2 different vendors. Hold on, let me backtrack here. Stefan, the thing is that VIF was never used by OS2. That problem exists on real OS2 until the end. It was never used. The SIQ issue simply existed because you can crash modern OS2 in exactly the same way up until Warp Connect, which finally fixed it. And fundamentally speaking, you still actually have better memory allocation. So here's how it works on the 286. On the 286, you have the LDP and you have the GDP that have 8,192 entries between the two of them, with a page size between a segment size between 4 kilobytes and 64 kilobytes, flexible. You can allocate it to however big you need it. With the whole and the whole thing works through LDD tiling. This is all documented. The 386's virtual 8080 having virtual 8088 mode is an improvement, but again, you're talking 1990. There was Windows 386 released in 1989, but you couldn't take advantage of a 386 until 1990 at the earliest for the most part. So again, the argument that the 286 was the deal breaker falls apart. If I could easily switch back to DOS on OS2, there would be no fundamental problem here. And effectively, that is what Microsoft OS2 versions do. Microsoft OS2 versions use the load all instruction and bypass the biggest problems with protected mode. So you're basically making the argument that the 386, don't get me wrong, the 286 is a flawed processor. But you are not making the argument that is the reason that it failed. You have an incremental improvement to the 286 in terms of the 386, which just so happens to have better backwards compatibility with DAWs. But the difference between the 286 and the 386 is smaller than you're implying. Basically, you now have 32-bit register size, because now you have the extended size registers. You have optional pages. I lived in Alaska. I am from New York originally, but I lived in Alaska for a period of time. I hope someday to return, and that's why I put it up. I have a New York and New Jersey flag because New York is where I'm from originally, and New Jersey is where I currently live. So that's why I have the flag of Alaska, because I lived in Alaska for 8 months. I think it was 8 months in total. After I left Oregon, I did a lot of soul searching on what I was going to do with my life. Before Canonical, but after Canonical, but before Mixer, I was living in Alaska deciding what I was going to do. I actually found some documents from when I was working on Soylent News that say my time zone was 8K DT -9, Alaska Kodiak Standard Time. Second westmost time zone in the United States, except for Hawaii and the CNMI. Actually, CMNI would be on the other side of the date line, so I guess that's... I can't actually remember what Guam is, so I hope that answers your question, Mr. Clamps. And I clicked out that do not install conversions. I probably should have installed the sample of documents, but... let's see here. Following title. Yeah, like, I don't really need to reinstall this, but so be it. Alright, so let's see. There we go. Microsoft Word for OS 2. Grab that screenshot. What? Why can't you start this? Do I just... You know what? Let me just reboot and then figure out why I can't start this. Yeah, what I'm working on my living room is I kind of want to put flags up of all the significant places I've been. So for the United States, I will obviously put state flags up because I've been to all 50 states. I could put an American flag up, but given that I was born in the United States, kind of doesn't get the point across that I'm trying to get across. So I will put, so like I said, I got the Alaska flag up. Probably by the next stream, I'll have the New York and New Jersey flags up. I might add Oregon, Texas, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, but I'm not certain. That would be all the states I've lived in. I could add a China flag, but I didn't live in the PRC for... I was on loan in the PRC. I was there for over a month, and I spent more time after that. But I'm not sure that's a flag I'm going to put up, but I'm considering it. Well, it's 4 megabytes of memory, and we're currently watching it do its count. So, you know, it's taking its time. Let me see. Can I... You know what? I can actually make this bigger. Like, yeah, we can just do that. That's better. And then I just turn off the... Is that what I was looking for? That was probably not what I was looking for. What did I did something wrong here. Okay, we got 86 box. There we go. All right, that's better. Okay. All right, let's wait for that RAM to finish counting. I will at some point patch out that memory test. I don't know when, but I'll do it. Okay. I probably will have to load the BIOS in main or something to that regard because 86 box doesn't have a debugger. Okay, let's see if this loads up. Which patch? Like a system patch, or are you talking about the flag? I just for a note, I lived in Alaska long enough to actually not only have an Alaska driver's license, I had a vehicle with Alaska license plates that I held on to for several years actually past that point. So... Oh man, that is lag. Like, I can feel the lag. Like, look how that is drawing in. Like, what speed processor am I emulating here? Speed 10. VCIP it was one of the early ways to make a DOS extender. I don't know that much about it offhand. I just know that it exists. All right, let me take some more screenshots. Screenshot. And then about... There we go. Screenshot. Okay, cool. So that handles that, and then let's just write an obligatory sentence. This is PM Word running on OS 2 1. IBM They're both very similar and very different. It's a bit of a complex thing. Jude West, basically, this is what Windows 3.0 was partially based off. The flag fell down again. Alright, I gotta replace this tab that I'm using. Alright. Where did I put those? Okay, they're right here. Maybe, I think I'm just gonna stick another one up there. Like, what did it get unstuck from? I guess it must be, it just isn't, it's not binding well to the flag. Do I want to get on my ladder? Let me upload those photos and then I will probably get on the ladder. Alright, so... No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that. There we go. Filters. Alright, so let's upload more files. So now we have more, because we have more media to share. This, we just hit cancel. Yep, it's the other one I need, because I just need the screenshots folder. Oh, I actually have a few other neat photos in here that we'll probably just take advantage of. So that's another 10 photos to basically just deal with. God, this is slight tedium, to say the least. Alright, let me go through this. So PM Word, startup, splash, for presentation manager, startup, splash. PM Word, main screen. Word for OS. You know, I need to put a category on all these. OS2, Word for OS for presentation manager, main screen. What's ugly to read, out of curiosity? Like, is there something I can actually improve on that? Solitaire. Port of the Windows 3.x Solitaire. Solitaire application from the Windows link, Windows libraries for OS2 collection. I think we should probably talk about those. Okay. OS2, Microsoft OS2 3.1 banner. I am going to do Windows 1.0, 2.0, but I'm going to do that on real hardware. I'm going to do that on the... I'll do that on my compact portable. Forget OS2 1.3, OS2. forget what this thing is called. Like, there is an actual name for the workplace environment. I forget what it's actually called. Desktop Manager is what it's called. OS2 Desktop Manager for 1.2, 1.3. The file system application was renamed to File Manager with 1.2, 1.3, but is otherwise. I don't actually know the difference between the two fonts, so like I don't know jack about fonts. Like, that is very much not a field of my expertise. You know, I knew the 8514 was supported, but I don't think 1.1 supported. I mean, 1.1's a little bit too old. Alright, so PM Word automatically added to Desktop Manager. Despite being a text-based setup, PM Word gets added to the Well, I mean, a lot of why I've been trying to do this is I'm trying to debunk as much FUD as I can about OS2, because, like, there is so much revisionist history with OS2, it's not even funny. Like, by and large, the people who wrote documentation on OS2 pretty much all had a bias on seeing it succeed or fail. So finding anything objective on OS2 tends to be close to flipping impossible. Okay, cool. All right, so now we need to add all these images to the gallery. All right, so, and we'll probably have to reorder them, but we'll deal with that one at a time. That. File Manager under OS2, and this goes under installing PM Word. Alright, so OS2 1. Sorry if I'm not talking, I just have to do a lot of typing all at once, and this is hard to multitask on. Oh, well, that's not gonna quite work the way I wanted to, but... Whew. I will say that this is, you know, just adding some photos, like, goes a really, really long way. I mean, just compared to where this article started, I mean, this has become an exceptionally good article. Like, what's our word count on this one? Like, let's just take a look. What are we actually up to now? Word count. We are now at 4,300 words. Yeah. All right. So what else do we need to add here? So I think we want to add something about Presentation Manager, and I also want to add Windows. Yeah. So findings. We probably want to add something about Willow in here. Family mode applications. Windows libraries for OS 2. During the Microsoft applications in this era provide a unique insight on how the transition from DOS to OS 2 was supposed to take place. As we saw during the OS 2 1.x exploration, Word 5.0 and 5.5 for DOS also included native support for OS 2 as a text mode application. This is a special type of application known as a family mode application, which can work without changes on both DOS and working on DOS, OS 2, and Windows T, and was supposed to be the seamless migration path of the future. Word for Presentation Manager is directly based off Word for Windows. Word for Windows 1.1a, the source code of which Computer History Museum Word source code Computer History Museum is available under a non-commercial license from back in 2021 now I need to get my own video because strangely enough I am the primary source on this one because I'm the only one who was mad enough as far as I know to actually try and compile the damn thing on OS 2. Oh yeah, I still have to stick that flag back up. Oh well. Did I really lose subscribers? Did that count actually go down? Microsoft Research license puts some restrictions on citing, and got a fairly good understanding of how Microsoft was approaching application compatibility in this era. I got, let's get that. All right, so we got that started. I just want to check something. Did I really lose subscribers? Or did I imagine that? No, apparently I did actually. I have actually lost. Okay, no, Mike. Oh, okay, that's why. I was at 30. Yeah, okay. I have lost a few, but yeah, that's negligible. The numbers, it just dropped. I was at 65,600 something, and now I'm at 63,500 something. So yeah, it went down, but by 2, and it's just why I noticed. Okay, back in 2021, I did video post environment, post environment. All right. I'm actually going to copy one of these thumbnails. So this one here, we'll put here as well. Fairly good understanding. Approaching application compatibility in this era. Microsoft's. Okay. It also provides a unique opportunity to look at a single application that worked on Windows 2.x, 3.x, and OS 2 all within the same period of time. Oh, okay, let me fix that gap. Such as the 6541A, by and large, very few video cards were supported. So, by and large, very few non-IBM cards were supported. As it stands, OS 2 1.1 appears to top out with VGA as the doesn't appear to have support for anything greater than VGA graphics. OS 2 2.1 later can use the 654A, and drivers for XGA are also available. XGA. Thank you, chat. I don't know how to pronounce that. Because I don't know how to read acrylic. But thank you for that. Microsoft Word for Presentation Manager. Internally, Word is compiled to Word since only okay. How do I want to put this? Unlike most applications of the era, Word for Windows, Unlike most applications of this era, Word is not compiled to native binary code. It's instead compiled to P code and run on top of a virtual machine of some sort. Run on top of a virtual machine. Similar to Pascal of the era. This Microsoft used an internal compiler to do this, which was shared with at least Multiplan and quite possibly Excel of this era, and was used to port Microsoft products to a wide variety of platforms. For example, in addition, Word's source code, Word was, in addition to DOS, Windows, and OS2, Word was ported to multiple Unix platforms. Multiple Unix platforms, and Multiplan was ported. Multiple Unix platforms. The Atari ST in the form of Microsoft Write. Microsoft ST. Where else was Word ported to? Like, there was more than that. Let's see, what else was it ported to? Okay, it was available for classic Mac OS. Okay, classic. The Atari ST. And Unix. Multiplan was available for even Word was also the basis for most. As implied, Word was also the basis for the Write editor included in Windows 1.x to 3.x, as denoted by the junior flag within the Word for Windows source code. And thus also gives a point of comparison with the editing this applied directly based off of virtual Windows from this era. From what I can tell, Word for Presentation Manager works just fine and is feature equivalent to Word running on Windows 2.x. What I can't find is a compelling reason to use this. Word for Windows 2.x, Word for Windows will run just fine on a 8088 with 300 memory under Windows 2.0. Or in short, you can run it with no loss of functionality on a system literally 1/4 as capable. As capable with subjectively less latency and lag. What this says about OS2 as an application platform is left as an exercise to the reader. Like, chat, am I being unfair here about this? Because fundamentally speaking, there's no real differences that I could see from Word for Windows and Word for OS2 and Word for Windows side by side. Like, it just doesn't seem to exist as in terms of actual difference. And I guess I'm going to get the compact portable out, and we are actually going to try this. Yeah, I know the flag fell down. You know, I'm going to fix the flag. I'm going to actually place the strip. I don't want to be on the ladder. Let's see, starting. No, that's not. I'm going to fix the flag while chat looks over my document. I'll leave the... I don't know ladder. Why I don't have the camera on. It shouldn't matter, but... Okay, where did I put those command strips? Okay, there. I'm going to fix this while I think about it. This is like just not sticking to this flag. Yeah, you know what? I peeled these off the wall at least twice, so let me just put a new set of strips on this. Because obviously the other ones are holding. That is stuck right there. All right, and I'm back. I might switch out the flag. Like, that is not what I'm going to have there permanently, but it is a placeholder. Like, if we do fundraising, I might just put whatever flag is behind me, what we're fundraising for. So, I guess I'm going to be buying a lot of flags in the future. But at least for right now, the Alaska one is a good starting point. Okay, so... I mean, Fritz, you're not wrong. I mean, the entire reason... Microsoft's use of P-code is not super well documented. I have seen a couple of articles that talk about it in regards to multiplan. I don't think anyone knew about Word until the source code was made available. Like, I've got pretty mixed feelings about this. Like, '92 is quite late, though. Like, I don't remember when WinWord actually came out. Like, Windows 2X would have been pretty old in '92, because 2X came out in '87. So maybe this is a later re-release, because I don't remember offhand when WinWord... You know, let me look it up. Because, you know what? I compiled this from scratch. I did a video on it. Why don't I just watch my own video and I will find out exactly when it was released for Windows? Because, you know, like, there's this smart person that has already done it. All right, let me actually, like, load up my own video and take a look at this. Oh, and this video has passed 100,000 views at this point. Okay. So let me just look. Like, I should have it in 1990 on that one. Okay, so the version of the source code I compiled was from 1990. So this is actually a later release. And let me share this with timestamp. So this is the video I did 2 years ago. When did I actually release this? November 2nd, 2020. 3 years ago, almost, actually, at this point. And you can pretty much see it's the same damn application. The cropping is a little odd. This is very early in my life as a YouTuber. Like, I was still learning how to do this. Presentation manager, blah, 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 blah. Probably need to add a point here about feature complete. Yeah, I'm thinking, let's see here. So we still have these. I almost want to wait until I've done the next stream to answer these. Yeah, I definitely think I want to wait until next stream. Like, let's, you know what, I'm going to take a break from angling this. Let's make a, you know what, I should have, rip. I should make a new page. Probably, we'll stick it here at the bottom of this one. So let me add a new subject here. Like, I'll put this at the bottom for, we'll put it in another stream. Windows link library, there's the gallery, stream plan. Okay, so let's make a note here. So original stream plan notes. Does that cover all that? So next steps. A more in-depth comparison with Windows of this era is called for. My general sense is that, at least for an initial investigation, I want to look at a 8088 based system, likely my compact portable, running Windows, as this would have still been a very common system in 1988. I mean, I've seen 5150s that got used until the 90s, so I think saying very common system in 98 and would have been increasingly affordable on the secondary market as a good first IBM compatible machine. In theory, anything capable of running OS2 would run circles around my compact portable, or any other 808 based system. However, I want to compare this firsthand. Okay then. Yeah, like the 8088 basically lasted until 95 put it in the grave, and I remember like they just would not die. I have two 8088s and I don't have a single, well, I have the PS2, but I don't know if I want to call that a working PS2 just yet. I have to buy a proper soldering workstation. Okay. All right, so definitely a step forward. Like we do have an actual article on Willow already. Like there is an actual, yeah, so there's that. Okay. All right. Yeah, for those who are wondering, when I'm talking about Willow, that is the article. That I did not write this article. This was written by, let me make sure I just look for, yeah, Dr. Shuppet. Alright, minimum requirements. I think, yeah, we'll come back to this. Let's keep going on our findings. Um, 1.2 represents the first feature-complete version of the OS2 1.x line. Instead of just a graphical version of the program switcher, a full desktop manager with similarities to Windows 3.x's program manager first appeared in this version. First appeared in this version. Furthermore, the look and feel was much more in line with the 1990 OS Windows 3.0 release, and not the earlier 2.x release. Something that can be clearly seen in the Windows decorations and overall palette. That said, OS2, however, in other places the operating systems diverged further. While Windows mostly continued on using the common user, what is it called? Common use, it's CUI interface. I think it's called, yeah, common user interface. Was this the one they actually... Yeah, no, CUI, okay. Windows was initially... While both Windows and OS2 were based on IBM's common... Let me grab a link to this. This continued to... Microsoft began incorporating other non-standard changes, such as the use of Alt F4, Alt F4, Alt F4, and other common conventions used to this day. OS2, as you may guess, was more based around IBM's own internal guidelines and later CUI revisions, such as using F3, right? To quit is like the standard one. I want to say F3 was more standard than that. Further, you know, I'm going to actually scratch that entire thing because that's not a good paragraph to get in here. It's not a long line. It's perhaps blah blah blah. This system included a native graphical text editor, but just like OS2 1.0 and 1.1 before it, included virtually nothing in terms of applets. In fact, while we'll discuss this later, okay, nothing applets. like before, you needed add-on software to basically do anything. Or at least a copy of the Windows libraries for OS 2, which brought the system roughly in line with which provided ports of the native Windows built-in applications to OS 2, drastically increasing the system's usability and lack of applications. Did I write the wrong thing? No, okay. Chat's probably lagging behind me significantly because I'm not super watching where I am in chat. Okay. Alright. Addressing and partially solving the lack of applications problems. It should be noted, for the sake of completion, that even Windows 1.0 included add-on applications like Paintbrush and Write, which when combined with a much lower total cost of ownership, very much helped make Windows usable on a day-to-day basis without external applications. So where do I want to keep going with this font? And well, I gotta fix that, so. Desktop Manager on 2.3. Applications basis. Like, I probably need to write some sort of academic standard here, but I mean, this is me just basically writing up my research notes. Like, how many sources did I cite on the first one? I just want to make sure that I'm holding to my own standards. And I still have, I have to install the new Discord rules this week. Yeah, how many citations? So I only had 9 citations on that one, and I've got 6 on this. But I also have an entire video that I can attach to this thing, so like, whatever. This is summarizing the video. Feature complete release. Alright, so not long-lived product, was rapidly replaced with 1.2. When did 1.2 come out? I think that was in 89. Late 89. Represents what could be called. Okay. There we go. While it wasn't explored on stream, OS2 1.2 also denoted when IBM started providing graphical UIs for Query Manager and Communication Manager, which had been pretty sure it was 1.2 that did that. I'm near certain it was 1.2. It might have been 1.3, but 1.3 was basically a 1.3 was basically a bug fix. Like, there's no major new functionality between the two for Query Manager. I'm just going to remove that note there, without internal applications. Oh, and there goes my microphone. Actually, I do think I want to grab some notes from Beta Wiki, because Beta Wiki, I haven't done the proper research here yet, but there are things here I do want to add comments to. So let me save this. Where did I talk about this? Because I talked about Presentation Manager up here. So I do actually want, yeah, so it should be noted that beta versions of OS 2 1.1. What is this file under a license? Like, what did you... Can I actually use this file? Like, did you put it under a license? Oh, media viewer. They didn't put a license on this, which is flipping annoying. Okay, so the whole Beta Wiki is Creative Commons Attribute Share Alike 4.0. Wow, there's actually a lot that's really different in that one. Like, I do think I want to take a much closer look at that. Okay, setup. Beta version 1.2 were showed something much closer. So apparently there is actually a image. Yeah, there is actually a picture of this build. Okay, so the build that I'm looking at right now is right here. It's also on Beta Wiki, but let's see here, something closer to Windows 2.x running on top of OS 2. Alright, so I'm actually going to re-upload this image to the wiki. Upload wizard. Upload more files. Grab that file. This is not my work. This came off Beta Wiki. Actually, I don't think this came off Beta Wiki. I think this came off... Yeah, I'm going to say... Let's see here. Who actually uploaded this? Like, it'd be nice if they handled some of additional... Yeah, screw it. I'm not even going to upload this. Like, I don't want to deal with the copyright problem. Like, if I do this, does this work well? Alright, Fritz, have a great day. I mean, we're definitely doing pretty well. Let's see, where are we? We're just past the 4-hour mark. Yeah, 4 hours thus far. 4 hours 11. Windows design programs are port. Okay, so far, so good. 2.3 Windows Link libraries. These are the next steps. Do you actually think I want to rearrange this slightly? Okay, there we go. Presentation manager, the bug fix and actually reusable release, total cost of ownership. Right. OS 2 1.3 was the last version we looked at on stream, and has few, if any, user visible changes in it. Primarily, this is more of a service pack or bug fix release. But while running on a 286, there is a rather notable improvement in performance. It's also been documented that 2.3 fixes many of the race conditions and other bugs that happen when running on a system faster than approximately 50 megahertz, faster than a 33 megahertz 386. And thus is the most stable, most usable of the 16-bit versions. Rather notably, Microsoft OS 2 3.1 was used as the basis for the first versions of Microsoft's LAN Manager, which was later incorporated into Windows NT. As such, things like Windows domains actually started life on top of OS 2 1.3, and there are significant kernel differences because this was the only version of OS 2 that Microsoft developed without much input from IBM. For example, OS 2 1.3 supports ladder storage drivers, which are, I believe ladder also worked on other platforms. I think 90 foot here, ladder OS 2. Yeah, ladder was actually available. Okay, so, ladder storage drivers, which were also possible to backport to OS 2 1. And were used as the basis for the Windows 95 Dragon block layer. Lael, what I get from researching an old operating system is I get to understand why it failed. More fundamentally, I get to understand why we live in a world, why there's a Microsoft desktop monopoly and not an IBM monopoly or no monopoly whatsoever. Like, understanding why OS 2 failed is both a technical and business level investigation, because a lot of it failed because of really shitty business decisions. Like, about half of these I can just point at IBM and saying, you idiots, in more diplomatic tone, but that's really what it boils down to in a lot of places. Like, there's definitely more conclusions I want to draw here, but I'm starting to reach the limit of what I can do. What I can do while still being considered research and not speculation. Because even now, right now, I am pushing the limit of that, but these are basically my own notes. And when it goes time to, and I am citing sources as I go along, even though I'm probably not like at an academic standard, but it's decent. right, let's keep going. So that would form. Okay, migration. Understanding the migration mechanisms from DAWs to OS2. It appears that Microsoft intended for OS2 console applications to be used much more extensively than they actually were. Most of Microsoft's own products provided an OS2 port as a family mode application, which means it would work interchangeably between DAWs and OS2, something we saw with the setup application at multiple points. And actually, I will set up applications for Word at multiple points. All right. So if I grab this one, because this is the installer, and we go back up here, and let's just add that here. Word for Windows, the actually, I've got a better example of a family mode application. So let me go grab that. Okay, so why? Oh, because I have file there twice. So let's get rid of that. Preview. Cool. All right, that works. So we still set programs in multiple points. From the family mode applications are limited to a relatively small subset of the OS2 programming API, which directly corresponds to DAW, both BIOS and DAWs interrupt services directly, which appears to be directly based on the older DAWs and BIOS interrupt services. In theory, a well-behaved DAWs application that either does not talk to the hardware directly or has some internal driver layer, both of which should be relatively easy to port DAWs console port to OS2. However, both Microsoft and IBM felt that graphical. However, console applications were very quickly de-emphasized on OS2, as seen with 1.1 and later, and problems with the API essentially led them to be almost non-existent. Okay, no, hold on. Nor, I actually do want to, yeah, you're probably much more, applications to be used much more. It appears Microsoft intended for OS2 console applications to be used much more extensively than history shows. By and large, there are virtually no third-party console applications for OS2 beyond EMX and ports from Unix. Actually, that's not Microsoft. However, this can easily be seen because Microsoft provided family mode ports of almost all its applications in this era, meaning they would work seamlessly between OS2 and DOS modes. Between OS2 and DOS. For example, for an actual shipping example, the setup application for multiple versions of Word is a family mode application, as were the console-based versions of Word itself. In theory, a well-behaved DOS console application that either does not talk to the hardware or has some internal driver layer should be relatively easy to port to OS2. However, console regularly de-emphasized, and the console API was never ported to 32-bit, meaning that family mode applications had a very short shelf life. It's, as far as I know, can't call to Presentation Manager or Windows if you're starting from the family mode API, meaning that this was only really useful for porting DOS applications to OS2. Had that console-based versions, while graphical applications would prove to be the future of computing, there's considerable technical and logistical difficulties importing a console application, in converting a console-based application to a graphical one, something that was the eventual death blow for both Lotus 123 and WordPerfect throughout the 90s. Had console applications been less horrible, the odds are that OS2 would have been much more viable as a platform, both in the 80s, had been viable as a platform in the 80s prior to the release of the 386 and NVDM in 1992 and OS2 2.0. Alright, that's another paragraph done. I should talk about the Windows libraries for OS2, but I can mostly just point to the existing article here. Okay. There was apparently a there was apparently a lot of business applications, but I don't know how much. Like, apparently OS2 was quite successful in business markets, but I'm struggling to find actual proof of that besides just hearsay. And I am going to take in that note that 1.30.2 fixes many of the race conditions. So I will just save that there. Okay, we only have a handful more to actually go through. Microsoft offered a portion, as promised, as part of its promises to developers. Microsoft said that it would be quick and easy to port Windows applications to OS2. As proof of concept, Microsoft released a special port of core Windows libraries to OS2, including user, GUI, and kernel.dll. These work identically to the Windows version, and the Willow example applications are merely ports of the Windows 3.x binaries to OS2. It is possible to replace the Willow stub loader, replace the Windows 0. In practice, how do I? Okay, hold on. Compatibility of executions, compatibility of DLLs. I just need to read this to make sure that this is correct. Stackly linked. Hey, Koss. Ports of the Windows binaries to OS2. It's not CERN that with a corresponding SDK. Unfortunately, this SDK does not appear to have been archived, but copies of the example binaries have survived to the current day. It is also possible to run arbitrary Windows binaries on top of OS2 1.2, 1.2, 1.3, 1.2 plus by using the Willow loader and a pre-existing Windows 3.0 engine binary. Something that was done with some as a proof of concept. FlagGen, a program that displays the progress pride flag using GDI variables, GDI primitives, can be run on top of Willow flag gen. You run on top of Willow and OS to create de facto native OS 2 version. Hopefully there's a picture of this on the wiki, but I don't know if there actually is, and it isn't. But there will be one on GitHub. Windows versions. Thank you for the grammar fix. Pride. Tributes. Because someone got it running on Willow. Yeah, here it is. Copy image. Alright, so let me upload this one. When did this image get made? November 28th. So how's that look? I mean, that looks pretty good because now we have yeah, because now you can see how Willow works, because this is a program I coded for Windows 3.x, like the source code's on GitHub. I'll drop the link to that right now. And now you can see how this was used for conversions. And I'll add a note about WinOS 2 and Windows and WinOS 2. WinOS 2 didn't exist until OS 2 2.x, although it is possible to install Windows 3.0 in the DAW's compatibility box. Something mentioned in the Windows 3.0 README and is officially supported. Didn't exist until WinOS 2.0 and is officially supported. Alright, so that just basically I think that covers all the major points here. Like, I could put more screenshots relating to Willow here, but, like, whatever. So that covers... I think that covers all the major findings. I still have some questions outstanding. No, sorry, it slipped my mind. Stability... The question regarding community stability of a distribution on Linux, it's such a vague question that there is no answer to that. It's all subjective. You use what works. By and large, if you're looking for stability as in terms of platform not changing, you're looking at probably RHEL or Debian, or I guess Ubuntu, because Ubuntu has the extended LTS releases at this point, 10 years. But stability is... It mentioned into something else. Mentioned... I probably just had my thoughts crossed all at once. Right. So, I don't know if I really need to expand this. I think this is almost fine as is. Like, yeah, I mean, this seems fine as is. I think I want to defer these 3 questions. Yeah, I actually do think I want to defer these. I want to run... Okay. I sort of think I want to scratch this question, but maybe I will actually fill it out. I didn't see a question relating to Dave Plummer. I've talked about him extensively. Like, I have nothing new to add on that. Alright, I think we're just down to one question that needs to be answered. Yeah, I think we're just down to one question that needs to be answered. So it's really, why did people buy OS 2? And the problem is I don't have a good answer for this because I'm really not seeing a good... Okay, hold on. Oh, there it is. No, comparing OS 2 to DAWs is completely valid because DAWs was superior in some regards. You could do useful work under DAWs. I can't claim that for OS 2. Like, realistically, you cannot use the 1X versions as a daily driver unless the only application you need is Word. And in which case, you are better off using anything else. Like, I can't say this is a viable platform for using stuff. This is like trying to convince... This is like Linux on the desktop. It has this very same energy of that. Like, I can't call this a usable platform. It is slow, it is laggy, and it is inferior to the other options that were available on the market for less at the time. Like... Yes, OS 2 is more technically advanced. It has threading as preemptive multitasking. But it's such a pile of garbage in day-to-day usability. It's like, what's the point? It's like owning a BMW. Like, yes, a BMW is all fine and fancy, but that car is going to spend more time at the shop than you are going to be driving it. Or, well, that has been my BMW. That is what I've seen of everyone who has bought a BMW. It wasn't one that, well, it wasn't being said out loud, but let's be honest, DAWs outsold OS 2 throughout its entire lifespan. DAWs 5 and DAWs 6 sold a magnitude of more units than IBM OS 2 ever did. So, while people were not comparing them in the tech news, it's not fair to say it wasn't a competitor when DAWs was literally selling 10 times better. I mean, the whole reason that Microsoft got re-involved in DAWs development is that digital research DAWs started getting traction. DR-DAWs 5 had basically everything that PC-DAWs 3 did not have, and there is a reason why Microsoft DAWs 5 had every feature DR-DAWs had, and then some. DAWs compatibility mattered, but not as much as most people seem to think, because the application shelf life was relatively short. My general experience, I can't speak about Jag specifically. My general impression with BMWs, and this is what I've heard from multiple people, and admittedly, I'm not a huge car person, but BMWs use this type of engine seal that after a few years or 60,000 miles, basically whatever comes first, it's basically going to start leaking oil, and there's nothing you can do about it unless you drop the engine and replace it. At which point, basically, anything that you gain by the fact that it's a BMW is negated in the amount of time that it's going to spend. It's going to give you a great ride going from shop to shop. That is about the best I'm going to say about that. There are people with BMWs, especially people who bought them new, that are going to disagree with that, but a secondhand BMW is something you buy for someone you dislike. I honestly think I kind of want to call it here. Like, I will add, why would you want to buy OS2 over this? This is a somewhat subjective question, but the two main markets for OS2 were developers trying to future-proof their products, which appears to be the market, and corporations looking for a platform to build applications on. Yeah, but the thing is that the DAW's compatibility problems in OS2 are not as bad as most people bring it out to be. Like, yes, there are compatibility problems. They're only a problem when you use extenders, which were not common in this era. We did test this to some degree. Microsoft appears to have mostly catered to the developer market with the release of the OS2 SDK and more SDK and generic non-OEM releases, while IBM appeared to only care about customers who simply needed a smaller alternative to their mainframe and mini computer lines of systems. Well, that was basically what happened. DAW's applications worked until the end of the 32-bit era. So you're talking about, like, a well-behaved application will run on NTVDM. Let's see here. Only going to be smaller than micro. And which price was not necessarily an objection. IBM's extended editions of OS2 very much point to a company that is trying to achieve vertical integration within the market. Try vertical integration in the market, as seen with communication within the market. Since by and large OS2 integration with the market, and it did find some success in server in both business, find success in these fields. Rather notably, OS2 is still actively supported and used, still actively supported in 2023 by Arca OS. By Arca, I'm just going to say, what's the name of that company? The product is called Arca OS, but that's not actually what the company is called. Arca Nuave, something like that. And it is still in production use in places such as powering the New York City Subway MetroCard payment card. Payment system. Did I spell it wrong? No, I spelled that correctly. No, I actually did spell that correctly. If you just look at their website, I did act. Oh boy. Okay, so let me. I looks like I still got some sentences here I gotta finish. Stupid pay bills up until its final release and provided development snapshots until the end. Provide development snapshots up until, you know what, let me look at Beta Wiki because Beta Wiki will be more accurate than anything else on this regard. 1.2 Microsoft, yeah, so it looks like very few beta versions in this. Like, I have a couple of beta versions, but none worth noting about, and none from this early. Until the release of OS2 1.2. In beta versions of OS2 up until its final release. The early builds, including the presentation, including prototypes of the presentation manager, were also shipped through this program up until OS2 1.2 from what I can see. I don't think Microsoft was at fault here. I really, like, Microsoft, there's a lot of things when I take the broader context of Microsoft's actions, such as multi-user DAWs 4, that I basically blame the whole thing on IBM. Like, it was bad. There may have been bad choices at individual choices, but I want to prove that. Like, I find Microsoft more or less was sucking it up to deal with IBM's fucking idiot decisions. Great quicks. I think you're mixing up like 6 different points. I know what you're getting at, but there are fundamental problems with the argument you're making. Mostly because there's Microsoft internal builds of OS2 that run on a 386 from 1986. Yes, but I want to be able to prove that, like, and there's additional market things about OS2 that I want to be able to talk about. Like, the conventional reason behind the Microsoft IBM breakup is that Microsoft decided to stab IBM in the back. That was the 90s version of the divorce, and I've heard that from a lot of people. But there's a lot to say that Microsoft, basically, that was the last straw. So I really want to build, but regardless, I still want to build basically a comprehensive picture. Here's the thing, friendly neighborhood, yeah, here's the thing. There's the OS2 football leaks, which from 1986 was a version of OS2 running on a 386 that could multitask 4 DAWs applications and run OS2 one side by side. So there's a lot of argument here that, like, I don't know why Microsoft never shipped it. What became the 286 and 386 support in Windows was not done by the same team that did OS2, from what I could see. like, we're going to have to look at a lot of the beta versions. Most notably, football is one of the big ones we're going to have to look at. It's on... You can find it if you look for it. I don't want to put a link in chat for the obvious reasons. Well, so here's what happened was the first 386 shipped in 85. But because Intel did some fucking annoying shit with the 386, it didn't ship in any sort of quantity until years later. And it was only available from Intel until AMD sold it. Or AMD sued Intel. Like, there's a lot of external factors here that I want to rule out. Like, that means we're going to run Xenix on the 286 when I finally get that sorted out. Like, that is just something I don't want to deal with. I have to deal with it, but I need to deal with it. So, chat, I want you to give a look over the wiki page. Like, how long is this wiki page at this point? Wiki page is 6,000 words at this point. What was the previous wiki page? Just so I have a point of context. The previous wiki page was a lot shorter, at only 4,000. So I think this is a decent enough stopping point right now. Like, chat, do you got anything you want to add to this, or do you think we should wrap this up? Like, I think I do want... We're going to have another stream looking at the 8088. I have to get the scaler out. That probably won't be this weekend. I think this weekend's going to be an RS6000 sort of thing. But yeah, I think I am going to call it good here. Yeah, no, I know it's comparatively distorted. I know it's comparatively distorted. Like, I don't even have to look that up. Let me just give this one more read through. Design problems, OS 2.1.1, bug fixes, drag and block layer, game mode, Willow, gallery is good, presentation manager, and Willow. Yeah, I'm thinking this is a good stopping point too. Yeah, we've been holding about 40 viewers. Like, chat, this is a good time to ask me any sort of questions. Let me try using this Q&A thing that, yeah, okay. So, I'm just going to start a Q&A here because I keep meaning to use this feature. I think if you click the plus sign next to the chat, you'll be able to do stuff. Although I do notice, is Super Chat's disabled? Like, I didn't disable it, but are they disabled? Question mark? Hold on. Let me see if any questions come in. Like I have no idea how you actually ask a question here. I think if you... Hold on. Let's see. Test question? Oh, no. That doesn't work. I have no idea how this Q&A thing works. I think I have to look it up. Do I miss using middle-click copy and paste in Windows? No. Because it works fine. Oh, ask something at the top of chat. Okay. Yeah, if you want to ask questions, feel free to ask questions now. Just out of curiosity, how active is the chat today? Okay, so participate. Yeah, like, YouTube just did a major overhaul of the chat stuff. Like, when I logged into YouTube, like, now I have this entire thing about community moderators. Like, they're starting to take notes from Twitch, which is amazing, because holy crap, YouTube's moderation tools are flipping garbage. Yeah, okay. So, maybe I just can't ask Q&A because it's myself. So, I'm going to wait until 4 p.m. and then I'll wrap it up. So I'm going to step away for a moment. Folks, think about your questions, and then I will come back. And we'll do one more. All right. As far as I know, there was no actual killer app for OS2. That's interesting. Someone asked questions, and then the moment... Yeah, okay, so I screwed that. There was no killer applications for OS2, as far as I know. And there was another question there that I overlooked. The biggest use for OS2 were for people that wanted to run DAWs and Windows 3.1 applications better than they did under DAWs. Yes, there are 2 betas with Presentation Manager, and it is possible to use the older Desktop Manager with 2.0. I have a box copy of it. It's literally sitting at my mailbox. You used Microsoft C. Wacom C was available later, as was Borland, but in this time period, you used Microsoft C, and you were going to like it. I want to say possibly Microsoft Pascal had a OS2 version, but I'm not 100% certain about that. Rex was available for other platforms, though, so I hesitate to call Rex the killer app. Yeah, I mean, OS2 was used for developing Windows applications for a time. It was a better development platform. Mostly because you could run the debugger and not crash the whole thing. Let me just take a brief look at these beta versions, just because I don't actually know the OS2 beta history anywhere as well as I should. So let me look at the cruiser ones. What is the oldest cruiser one that has been dumped? Oh yeah, that is definitely Desktop Manager. February 1991, Museum. Yeah. And the kernel is running in protected mode. That is actually quite fascinating. I think we're going to take a look at that one, as well as some of the other ones. Like, what was the first one to have workspace shell? So 6F165 that was shown at Comdex face-to-face with NT31. Okay, so that is actually good to know. And then there is 6.605. And there is an out-of-sequence build number, so that probably is worth looking at. But again, it covers most of it. Okay, installation diskette, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, alright, so that covers... So I think that, yeah, I think the next stream is We're going to load up the 8088 with a bunch of crap. And we're just going to figure it out. I mean, we might even try running Unix on the 8088 because I have it. I don't remember where... You know what? I'm going to look up where Rex came from because I know it was on the Amiga. No, Rex was apparently developed at IBM, and then it was basically made available for a lot of other things. It's quite fascinating. Alright, I think on that note, though, it's 1 minute to 4. Talking about the competition. I know this one. I have an Amiga 4000. I know Windows. I've never used Desk View extensively, but that's easy enough to fix. NetWare I understand. Unix I really understand. I've never used VMS. I've never used the IBM mainframes and such. Great Quicks. That's the thing, is I could write applications though. Like, I could just port applications to it. We are assuming I can get it running. I will run Xenix on the PS2. Okay. Oh, there's a mistake. Yeah, alright, so I think at this point, I will see folks on the weekend. I'm going to call it here. So, as usual, this has been your host, NCommander, signing out and wishing you all a pleasant day. If you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you've really enjoyed the content, please support me on Patreon, Ko-fi, or GitHub sponsors, and I will likely be rolling out YouTube memberships sooner rather than later. But I am to figure that out. We might do 386 BSD sooner rather than later, but I don't have an actual 386. And I've been at this for 5 hours. I think my brain is a little bit mush. Like, the only... and this takes a big thing off my to-do list, so there's that. DGM, you can run the VAX versions of OpenVMS in SimH. There is an alpha emulator, commercial one that can do it. There is none for Itanium. Alright, anyway, actually on this note, I'm going to wrap it up. Until then, see you all later.